in a tuneblood.com.
Papi, why you coming for your breathing like that?
My daughter. Hey, my daughter, yeah. The old people can say that curiosity kill the cow. What your own problem again?
Papi, I really don't have problem. But the way you breathing, sir, it's like you running somewhere.
My daughter? Ha, yaka. If I give you the little G's, you yourself will be running to the same player running. So you just hold it there.
Papi, Papi, play on me now, lay on me. You know I your daughter too now.
My daughter, guess what? I had to run away from Wego. Ha, yaka. Tuesday and Thursday, they got one show in town they call it Logan's Hour. Man, that boy can talk the thing that are happening in Indiana. Even when you steal, even you doing wrong thing, the boy will talk it. You doing the right thing, the boy will praise you.
For real, Papi? No, that kind of thing that we want you all time, yeah.
My daughter, I'm telling you, let me tell you now. Logan's Hour come on every Tuesday and Thursday, 6 o'clock p.m. And when you want to watch Logan Hour, you gotta be on time, or else you watch the show after the show. But guess what?
What, Papi?
Just go to Facebook and subscribe to Logan Hour. You go to YouTube, you subscribe to Logan Hour. Anytime Logan Hour coming on, you will get notification. That the notification made me running at the door, my daughter, because I won't be laying back in my living room, man, and get ready to call on that show.
Papi, thank you so much for the information. But I see Tommy walking, coming it out. I don't know if I ate he looking at too. Oh, Tommy! Tommy!
Oh, what's that? What you calling my name like that for? What you calling my name like that for? Take your time and you get. I'm watching my Looking Hour. Don't got distract me, yo. Wait now. If you ain't got what to do right now, we're already enjoying ourselves. You better get involved with the fries, girl. Tommy! So that today, Papi was telling me that something? I'm going to look for Looking Hour, yeah. Papi, thank you. Thank you for telling me about Looking Hour.
My daughter? Ha, now Ada, don't say I'll tell you. Bye.
In a tuneblood.com.
Papi, why you coming for your breathing like that?
My daughter. Hey, my daughter, yeah. The old people can say that curiosity kill the cow. What your own problem again?
Papi, I really don't have problem. But the way you breathing, sir, it's like you running somewhere.
My daughter? Ha, yaka. If I give you the little G's, you yourself will be running to the same player running. So you just hold it there.
Papi, Papi, play on me now, lay on me. You know I your daughter too now.
My daughter, guess what? I had to run away from Wego. Ha, yaka. Tuesday and Thursday, they got one show in town they call it Logan's Hour. Man, that boy can talk the thing that are happening in Indiana. Even when you steal, even you doing wrong thing, the boy will talk it. You doing the right thing, the boy will praise you.
For real, Papi? No, that kind of thing that we want you all time, yeah.
My daughter, I'm telling you, let me tell you now. Logan's Hour come on every Tuesday and Thursday, 6 o'clock p.m. And when you want to watch Logan Hour, you gotta be on time, or else you watch the show after the show. But guess what?
What, Papi?
Just go to Facebook and subscribe to Logan Hour. You go to YouTube, you subscribe to Logan Hour. Anytime Logan Hour coming on, you will get notification. That the notification made me running at the door, my daughter, because I won't be laying back in my living room, man, and get ready to call on that show.
Papi, thank you so much for the information. But I see Tommy walking, coming it out. I don't know if that he looking at too. Oh, Tommy! Tommy!
Oh, what's that? What you calling my name like that for? What you calling my name like that for? Take your time and you get. I'm watching my looking hour. Don't got distract me, yo. Wait now. If you ain't got what to do right now, we're already enjoying ourselves. You better get involved with the fries, girl. Tommy, so today, Papi was telling me that something? I'm going to look for looking hour, yeah. Papi, thank you. Thank you for telling me about looking hour.
My daughter, now Ada, don't say I'll tell you. Bye.
In a tunebyblog.com.
Papi, why you coming from your breathing like that?
My daughter. Hey, my daughter, yeah. The old people can say that curiosity kill the cow. What your no problem again?
Papi, I really don't have problem. But the way you breathing, sir, it like you running so well.
My daughter, yaka. If I give you the little G's, you yourself will be running to the same player running. So you just hold it there.
Papi, Papi, play on me now, lay on me. You know I your daughter too now.
My daughter, guess what? I had to run away from Wego. Yaka. Tuesday and Thursday, they got one show in town they call it Logan's Hour. Man, that boy can talk the thing that are happening in Indiana. Even when you steal, even you doing wrong thing, the boy will talk it. You doing the right thing, the boy will praise you.
For real, Papi? No, that kind of thing that we want here all time, yeah.
My daughter, I'm telling you, let me tell you now. Logan's Hour come on every Tuesday and Thursday, 6 o'clock p.m. And when you want to watch Logan Hour, you gotta be on time, or else you will watch the show after the show. But guess what?
What, Papi?
Just go to Facebook and subscribe to Logan Hour. You go to YouTube, you subscribe to Logan Hour. Anytime Logan Hour coming on, you will get notification. That the notification made me running at the door, my daughter, because I won't be laying back in my living room, man, and get ready to call on that show.
Papi, thank you so much for the information. But I see Tommy walking, coming it out. I don't know if that he looking at too. Oh, Tommy! Tommy!
Oh, what's that? What you calling my name like that for? What you calling my name like that for? Take your time and you get. I'm watching my looking hour. Don't got distract me, yo. Wait now. If you ain't got what to do right now, we're already enjoying ourselves. You better get involved with the fries, girl. Tommy, so today, Papi was telling me that something? I'm going to look for looking hour, yeah. Papi, thank you. Thank you for telling me about looking hour.
My daughter, now Ada, don't say I'll tell you. Bye.
All right. Thank you again. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on which part of the world you are. Today, we are broadcasting from an unknown destination because we are unable to make it to our studio. So today, trust me, going to be interesting. And I want to say to all of you who join us here today, we want to say thank you for joining us. We appreciate you for joining us today. Yeah, so today we cannot make it in our studio as usual. Some of you, we always broadcast from our studio, but for today's broadcast, we'll be broadcasting from outside our studio because we couldn't make it to the studio today because we got caught up with work and we have to run home. And now we can't say we're running for home to run to studio. So for today's broadcast, we'll broadcast for home. Hopefully, we will get back in our studio next week. So for today and sorry. Sorry for that. I have to test my broadcast, make sure everything working in the background. So for those of you following us today for the first time, I want to say welcome to the Logan's Hour. Those of you who have always been following us, want to say thank you for joining us again. Those of you who have never shared this show before, want to say share the show and enjoy the program today, because today promised to be a very, 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 very interesting program. And those of you who don't know, this is the Logan's Hour. This is where we discuss issues that affects people in the Liberian community and people outside the Liberian community. And also, we want to use this time to say a very big thank you to all of our people who have been calling and asking questions. Uh, Today is a perfect opportunity for us to have conversation again. And we want to say to our people who just joined us, I see a lot of people join in and watching secretly. But those of you who watching secretly, I want to say big shout out to you people. You people are the real deal. What's up to my sister, Precious Logan Samuels, Brandy Alpha, Celine Valentino, and all of you who watching secretly. I can see here from my phone, because I can see those who watching secretly from my phone, and those who clicking on and commenting as well. I will see you right after you click on. So I want to say to you all today, thank you for joining us. Thanks for joining the Logan's Hour. Today promised to be a great edition again, as we always do. And we can rest assured you that today you're going to enjoy yourself. Today we will have the lines open. You're going to participate, because today we have a few things on the agenda. So you don't have to ready stress aside about the line. The phone line going to be open. And today we have the Liberian Lone Star play South Africa, and Lone Star lost to South Africa 2-1. We want to say shout out to our team, and shout out to my little brother, Fasidu Logan. Though the coach never put him on the field, but he's a good player. And shout out to my son too, Delio, Dario. They call him Tony and Tislet. That my son now. He's a walk behind me everywhere I go. Yeah. And shout out to Widon Jebo, the goal scorer, the captain of the Liberia national team. And shout out to all of you who following us here today. We want to say thank you for joining us. And when we come back, we want to go into the topic. We have a few things on our agenda here that we're going to talk about. Today will not be too long. We are not in our studio, so to avoid some distractions, when you broadcasting from home, you see some of your children will just run and interrupt the broadcast, and so we have to expect that today. So we always broadcast from in a comfortable position. And I see my sister Fasia Hilton just join us. I see Winter Snow just join us. I see Henrietta Famula just join us. Oh God, today is interesting. So I see my dear brother. Anyway. Like sometimes when we on here, we'll not be calling everybody name, because some people want to need to be called. But I see some people here following, and somebody just sent me text secretly and say, "Hey God, please don't announce my name." For the sake of the broadcast, I won't announce your name. Trust me. I can rest assured you, I'll spare your name for now. And those of you who commenting as well, want to say thank you. Keep sharing the show. I see my own my sis Isabella following us as well. Today's show is fun, but trust me, we'll make it interesting. I know a lot of people want to hear about the issue of the government officials, but surprisingly, probably will not discuss the government official on today's editions, because they have apologized. But however, we will throw a little light on that as well. So we're gonna take a little break and be right back. And when we come back, we're gonna start going into our topic. So we want to say thank you again for joining the Logan's Hour. We truly appreciate you. We hope that you tell somebody that today editions of the Logan Hours is an extra edition that's going to throw light on a few of the things that happen in the Liberian community. Talk about Liberia, talk about Joseph Walker running mate, and also we will talk about mainly we'll talk about the Liberian community small. But we're not going to be mentioning Mr. Parker here today as well. And we will give Mr. Parker some chance to have some breathing space. But we want to speak to some of his officials. So today we want to say thank you again for joining us. And thanks to all of my guys who follow me here and follow me secretly as well. And those of you who watch the show after the show because you don't want to be seen, I want to say you are the real deal. Thank you for doing that as well. I hope the information travels as we all wait and see. Because trust me, this Gone Friday, some of you who don't know, this Gone Friday was TGIF. Thank God it's Friday, and that show was very educative. Trust me, I have listened to that show about 3 times now. And thank God it's fabulous. That show was educative. Some things that I never knew about my own self. Thank God it's fabulous. Reveal some of them. And some of you who feel chilling and you don't do your checkout, go back to Friday edition of the Logan's Hour and listen to our 2 sisters who are in studio educating all about cancer. So see what are those food you eat and what are those things that are cancerous. So go back to TGIF and take a listen. You would come back and say thank you. That show alone brought some relief to me. So I want to say thank you again for joining us, and we appreciate you all. And we will be right back. Trust me.
In a tunebybread.com.
Papi, where you coming from? You breathing like that?
My daughter. Hey, my daughter, yeah. The old people can say that curiosity kill the cow. What you no problem again?
Papi, I really don't have problem. But the way you breathing, sir, it's like you running somewhere.
My daughter? Ha, yaka. If I give you the little G's, you yourself will be running to the same player running. So you just hold it there.
Papi, Papi, play on me now, lay on me. You know I your daughter too now.
My daughter, guess what? I had to run away from Wego. Ha, yaka. Tuesday and Thursday, they got one show in town they call it Logan's Hour. Ma, that boy can talk the thing that are happening in Indiana. Even when you steal, even you doing wrong thing, the boy will talk it. You doing the right thing, the boy will praise you.
For real, Papi? No, that kind of thing. 1 hour time, yeah.
My daughter, I'm telling you, let me tell you now. Logan's Hour come on every Tuesday and Thursday, 6 o'clock p.m. And when you want to watch Logan Hour, you gotta be on time, or else you will watch the show after the show. But guess what?
What, Papi?
Just go to Facebook and subscribe to Logan Hour. You go to YouTube, you subscribe to Logan Hour. Anytime Logan Hour coming on, you will get notification. That the notification made me running at the door, my daughter, because I won't be laying back in my living room, ma, and get ready to call on that show.
Papi, thank you so much for the information. But I see Tommy walking, coming it out. I don't know if I he looking at too. Oh, Tommy! Tommy!
Oh, what's that? What you calling my name like that for? What you calling my name like that for? Take your time and you get. I'm watching my Looking Hour. Don't got distract me, yo. Wait now. If you ain't got what to do right now, we're already enjoying ourselves. You better get involved with the fries, girl. Tommy? So that today, Papi was telling me that something? I want to look for Looking Hour, yeah. Papi, thank you. Thank you for telling me about Looking Hour.
My daughter, now don't say I'll tell you. Bye.
Bye, my daughter. Bye, my daughter. So, want to say thank you again. Thank you for joining us again today. Today edition, as I stated, is an extra edition. We broadcasting from our home, and we are unable to reach our studio because we had some other engagement. We were running late as well, and you know we value you so dearly, so we have to make sure we can get home and do what we have to do for you. So, want to say stick and still, have fun. Comment in the comment section if you have question. Ask your question in the comment section. Oh my God, who didn't come with pepper spray again? Who the my own question. You poor. They were walking. Oh God. the conversation I even started, and Kuti, we're not even doing the fighting conversation here because Peter Howard now called me. He said he would love to appear and analyze the fight and see who won, who lost, and what can we do as a Liberian community to see if we can introduce some taekwondo class to help some of our residents to do some self-defense. But today we'll not be dealing with that kind of conversation here, Mr. Peter Howard. So I will lie to you. Mr. Joshua Power following us from Liberia. I see she just love peace, ease, and oh, I won't call my sister Ni. Look at me. I almost call my sister Ni. Anyway, it is what it is. So I want to say shout out to our Lone Star team. Lone Star lost to South Africa 2-1. I remember last week, the beginning of this week, Lone Star drew with South Africa 2-2 in South Africa. Now the return level in Liberia, and Lone Star have a difficult task now. Lone Star will have to face Morocco. Also, Africa will have to face Morocco. So we're looking at Lone Star. The win for Lone Star with Morocco, it have to be a must, because if Morocco defeat Lone Star, I mean the Lone Star will not be qualified for the Africa 2020 African Cup of Nations. So we have we want to say again a very big thank you to the education committee. So the Liberian Association of Indiana, you saw our news headline today on the education committee. So the education committee wants to say congratulations to the Cultural, Religious, and Education Committee. On Saturday, March 25th, 2023, the Cultural, Religious, and Education Committee had a successful workshop for high school students and parents. The theme for the workshop was financial aid, literacy, and resources for choosing college or career path. That was the topic for that. And the chairperson, Madam Mrs. Sia Pajibo of the Cultural, Religious, and Education Committee expressed her thanks and appreciation to the participant and encourages all Liberians living in the Liberian community to form part of these programs when they are having it. But she really do appreciate all those that turn up. And on Saturday morning specifically, the long-awaited inaugural committee that stayed under the purview of the board and the administration, the chairperson, Mrs. Etta Kumba, she responded in the Liberian Association group chat concerning when with this report be clamours. And Mrs. Kumba said in her word, I'm going to read it verbatim. Mrs. Kumba said, "Do not be alarmed, LDI. The truth must and will be revealed." So we wait for the truth that will be revealed. We know Mrs. Kumba, maybe something is somewhere that we don't know, but she said the truth will be revealed. So all along, we have seen series of reports, and we have gone to 2 successive meetings. The administration organized a general meeting that we had to discuss the inaugural budget, and in subsequent time, the inaugural committee also organized an emergency meeting that we all went back to clamours the inaugural budget, inaugural committee reports. But surprisingly, on Saturday, when was Saturday again? Saturday was the 25th. On Saturday, the 25th of March, we saw the inaugural committee chairperson, Madam Mrs. Etta Kumba. She came out, she said, "Do not be alarmed, area. The truth must and will be revealed." So which one of the truth? Which kind of truth is she talking about? So all along the reports that have been coming to us that we've been going to the meeting for, it's not the truth. So she's telling us that the truth must and will be revealed. So we wait on Mrs. Etta Kumba for the truth that will and must be revealed. So we wait for that truth. So we want to say again to our dear brother and friend, Mr. Ase Gofen Jr. Today, Mr. Ase Gofen Jr. turned 1 year old. He celebrated his birthday. And to all of his friends from our MA and also our MA, the Liberian community, we want to say happy birthday to you, my dear brother. We want to say we wish you God's blessing, and may you enjoy your new age. And those of you who outside the Liberian community, we have our regular news headlines that we drop in the Liberian community chat room, and we drop it in community announcement. We also drop that in FOP chat room, and we drop that in other chat rooms that have never been following issues of the Liberian community. The newsletter is like this, something like this. So you always see this news headlines will be dropping up. If you are not okram with what's happening in the Liberian community, you can also go on and read as to things that you have missed in the past, because Logan's Hour come on every Tuesday and Thursday. Open Table come on every Saturday as well. So it will be a very good thing for every one of us to know what is happening in our beloved community. So as we move forward here, we want to use this time to also congratulate our dear friend and brother, Mr. Tito Harris, on Saturday again, on the 25th. Plenty happy on that one Saturday. On Saturday, on the 25th of March 2023, Mr. Tito Harris engaged the former vice president of the Liberian Association of Indiana, Miss Miko Koke. And trust me, I was present, and I can't explain everything, but I saw that some of us, we ready to the chicken, especially second I check out eating right by the corner there. Yeah, I can say it for myself. I chew that fish bone. I don't even believe it. But all in all, want to say thank you to Mr. Tito Harris and Miss Miko Koke for taking on the bold steps. And we look forward to attending the wedding soon. And I can rest assured you with the kind of friends that Tito Harris having currently and the association that he's part of, that wedding going to be colorful. In my own word, colorful. So all of you start getting ready with your red dress, blue dress, yellow dress. We are about to go to wedding, Mr. Tito Harris and Miss Miko Koke. So we want to say thank you, Tito Harris, for taking the bold step, and our MA and the rest of your friends. We wish you all of the best. And those of you who don't know what's happening in town here, today we want to use this time to say to you, come out. The time is near. Saturday, April 8th. Message from King Arthur. This movie premiere will be up. Message from King Arthur. And I don't know why people keep calling me and telling me, say they watch the trailer and this movie is kind of a, I don't know if the storyline has anything to do with me, but few people call me and say, hey, have you watched the trailer of that movie? I said, I watched it one time and say, but it's all about you. I said, come on, man. How before what made a movie about me? So they were trying to interpret about how this person lost the election, the good guy lost the election, the bad guy won the election, and something happened, but you can go and see it. But trust me, I have 2 VIP tickets already. So those of you who don't know about it, you can go and have a clear appreciation for yourself. But just some of the people who watch the trailer, they call me and say, oh, the movie about, yeah, I say, I don't think so. But I will go back and watch the trailer again, see if that's true. But if it is about me, or if it is about a Liberian community, whoa, that's beautiful. But I think it's a whole storyline that you guys took their time to put together. So it ain't about a specific individual. It's just a story that maybe that story might coincide with other stories that unfolds after they came up with their lines. So it is what it is. So we want to say again, get ready. It's April the 8th. So get ready to go and see King Arthur, message from King Arthur. And we have our sister baby shower coming up. It's 360 Even Street. Dead baby shower will be coming up 360 Even Street, Indianapolis, Indiana 46222. So you can go to register baby list. She registered a baby list or baby registry. It's a baby list. Get your pampers, get your wet, and let's go. Support your own Liberian sister. And don't forget again, the Gibson family will be inviting you, or they are inviting you May 13, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. to their daughter Angel Gibson graduation. It's going to be at 6911 Maryland Drive, Canby, Indiana 46113. So get ready. Those of you who don't know about these things, get ready. And don't forget, you have a meeting coming up April 23rd. The Liberian Association have a meeting coming up on April 23rd. So some of you who planning to ask about the inaugural committee is again. And ask about some other committees that some people have been calling me. Oh, why you can't talk about the other committee? The other committee, yeah, we're not yet, not here, but then this time they say now they don't do nothing, but you want to talk about it too. I say, you rely. I said, I'm here to be talking about committee. I'm here to play my part in the Liberian community. If you see something, say something. So I'm here to play my part right now. I have been considered to be the bad man in the community. Some people, I don't want to call anybody's name, but those things do not move me. I heard people came out to me and said, oh, listen, I was sitting with some of your own friend, and you know what they got about you? They're planning some things about you. They say they hear this about you. They some kind of guy say, oh, you send her a message in your inbox. They will post that message on Facebook and it will bully you. Look at my head. Look at the size of my head. They head look like a small head I can feel anybody more. You ought to bully me. The only person I'm supposed to go to and say, oh, my wife, and convince her that the messages they're talking about, it's not real. So whatever message you have about me, whatever place you say I can go, bring it out. Put it in the group chat. Put it on Facebook. I am authentic. My life is clean like a sheet. So I'm not afraid of those things. If I'm coming out to talk about the community and issues that unfold in the community, if you don't like it, fine. I've seen over and over people that are into the press or into news broadcasting and things. People don't like them because today, if they are on you, you will hate them. Tomorrow, when they're on somebody else, you will love them. So those are things that are common. We all know about it. So whatever way you think I'm doing wrong in the Liberian community, then that's fine. But I think the best I can do is to help other people who are not part of the Liberian Association and other people who live in the Liberian community and are not opportune enough to be in the meeting or do not receive information to be in the meeting. Just listen to some of these things and know what's happening around the Liberian community. I have people from South Bend, people from Nobleville, all part of the programs and know what happened in town here. So if you feel, if I call in some of your name specifically and talking about your functions, your role that you play, if that is bad, because of that, you're planning evil against me, keep planning it. Then, me, one thing I know, only one person I trust, is his name is God. He will always show my enemy one by one. He will expose all of you people who planning wickedness. All of you people who can go sit down on the table. When you see me, we can greet each other. Oh, my brother, my dear, and you're gossiping about me, telling people that you're planning for me. You will bring my story aside and this, you're calling like brother, say this, say this. You, your wife, will God will expose your bigger than the way he will expose even, trust me, the God I serve, he's bigger than me. So I don't worry about people when they say they will do this, they will do that. So the only thing I need to do is to do the right thing. I just need to do the right thing. And by coming out to talk about issues that unfold in the Liberian community, I see that to be any bad thing. If I'm coming up with a newsletter, it's not a bad thing. The only difference is some of you have lived here for so long and you don't and you are not working with these things. And never used to happen before that somebody took their own time. I have my children. I'm supposed to be basically concentrating on my children. I use some of my time to share with the Liberian community, going together to put news headlines together, going places to get information to bring to you that are sitting in your living rooms. And come use my time Tuesday, Thursday, running from work just to make sure you have a show to educate or to inform as to what is happening. Some of you say that bad thing. When you go sit down on your table, you're drinking and you're talking about me. And the same people you're talking about me, sitting down and talking about me with, the same people that they are my friends too, they will call me. And sometimes unconsciously, they call somebody who's related to me and they don't even know and they give me the information. But let me say to all of you that can go sit down and with me, I say, oh, my brother, you're me on football field and shame on you. To look at what I'm doing and say it is bad for the community. Shame on you. What make it bad? Mexican community got radio station. Other radio station there, all in different community, they have their own community radio station there. So why we can have our own? Why we can have even newspaper headlines are coming up and highlighting issues of the community? Then some of you sit down and say, oh, that party the man doing, and the man this, the man that. Shame on you. If you not see it before, it means it can exist. The community have been in darkness for too long. No more the community going to be in darkness. We got to take this thing to another level. Thank you, my dear brother. And me say, my dear sister Chokopi. Yes, man. We have to take the thing to another level. We understand that past leadership king. Alvin Penn administration, Rufus Tati administration, J.D. Walker administration, others administration that came and passed. We never had these things here. If we had them in place, we would be holding them accountable. But it was never existing. Now, if a young person, 2 radio stations or 2 Facebook platforms here, open table, looking hours, whatever way the president or the vice president or whoever in administration feel they want to express themselves, you can go any of these that you feel comfortable with. That should be highlighted. That's why the president or the vice president or the administration or people in the administration are supposed to come and say, gentlemen, thank you guys for doing this, doing this, doing this. If you know you have information you want to disseminate with the community, the administration should have a spokesperson. If this platform come out and say something that you know is not true, the spokesperson come out to demystify some of those things. But surprisingly, people sit down in their crib or in their house, sorry for that expression, that we're doing bad. Even the newsletter. If you see picture by somebody's name and the news caption explaining about what the person did, is that a bad thing? It's not a bad thing. Some of the people that never went to Saturday fight, that never knew about a fight that took place on Saturday, how they got to know about it? Because it was the news headlines that came up. Because even people from the Liberian community who attended that identical program, they were all hypocrites. None of them were brave to even talk about what happened at that party. None of them were even brave to talk about officials who got involved with a fight at a party. Nobody. If I highlight that in the morning, how dare you stand and tell me, say, I'm doing wrong thing and my own time will come, God will see me. I think I heard from one of the other elders that, you know, how you going? You will never be president of the Liberian community. What the Liberian community doing for Junior Parker first? Junior Parker, the president now, he taking pay. He got to leave his wife and his children sometimes to come be running to functions. So what the Liberian community doing for him before he worry about me? I have to be president of the Liberian community before I exist. What I'm doing right now is even better than being president. Now, you know, God can do everything for the better. Maybe God held me back because God knew if I were to become president, maybe I wasn't going to be doing what I'm doing. To be going all and beyond and be bringing information because people are going to say, oh, you're president, why you got to be writing a newsletter and putting people picture inside? You whole president not supposed to do it. Maybe God said, oh, relax small. I got a different function for you. But some of you sit down all day. I say, it hurt me to my stomach to see the people then who call themselves my friends. When we meet to their homes and we shake hands, sitting on table drinking alcohol and planning for me. And saying to me, to my relatives and other people who sitting on the table, that one, and he doing that, the day we get Facebook message from him, the day second I get the message that he didn't want to send it to me, we will post it on Facebook, we will do this, we will bully him. Do I look like I can be bullied? Do I look like I can be bullied? I ain't got nothing to hide. My life is open like an open book. That's why even to the point where I met one of our Liberian brother to Goodwill, he almost disappeared because he get mocked. He believe the only place he can buy anything that JC Penney. Me and JC Penney, man. I can't eat red lobster. I'm a common and simple and authentic person who accept life the way it comes and appreciate God for everything that he have done for me over the years. So whatever message you say somebody sent to you, you can use it. You can use it. One of the other elected official wives said she get a story about me. Bring it out. Put it on the chat. I will appreciate. I would love to be exposed. I would love to be exposed. If I follow somebody woman, put it on the chat. Let everybody see it. Let everybody say that mayor will be mother talking whole day. They own a story here. I would love to be exposed. This is not a bad thing to come and highlight issues of the community. I understand if your daddy or your mommy or whoever name is involved, it will hurt you because their name is in the paper. Their name is on the news. It hurts, even me. If my pa is involved with the association and his name is in the paper, it will hurt me because I'm a daddy. I don't expect people to call his name. But however, this is an institution and the writing what happened. If we see somebody's story that we write, we're quoting what happened. So says who said it. It's not us doing it. It's not us doing it. So be grateful that we have a community to share issues of relevance. But let me say it to you. Those are you that keep praying for my downfall. Just look around you. Look around you and tell me, what do you see? The person who stands close to you, they are the person who will be seeking your downfall. In my Bassa vernacular, they get some kind of thing they say, I will not speak Bassa because people will not understand it. They say the dog that can carry poo-poo can bring poo-poo. Which means the person who you think open their ears to get the information from you is that same person who will take your information and carry it too. The same people you sit down on table, you're drinking, you're laughing, kia. That one, because he lost an election, he's dead now. And that one waiting for him, who will expose him. The same people call me. Say, my brother, listen to me. I know you got your show. You're doing good. You love to inform the community, but you got to be very careful. I say, what you mean? Some of your own men and where you can sit down, you can go play football together. They're planning for you. And I just laugh. I just laugh. Because the God I serve, he will turn everything around for my good. That's why when anything happens to me, I see it as an opportunity. I don't see nothing as a trouble. Everything, even if I'm broke today, I can't pay my own rent, I will accept it. That's an opportunity because more money is on the way. I don't take any problems to be serious to me because problem is an opportunity to change my mindset, to change what I'm doing. For some of you sit down, that party for doing now. He came to the community here, that party. He can't call that radio station. He calling people name. I'm supposed to call your name. If you're not doing the right thing, I'm supposed to call your name. For example, my sister right here following the show here, Choco P. When Choco P was appointed, before the inaugural, before the Valentine's Day passage, my own Bassa sister, we in the same Bassa group, and me and Choco P more closer than most of the girls in town here, with the exception of my sister Celine and my other close people. Choco P is one of my closest person. I put my own Choco P here too. What Choco P tell me say she will wish evil for me to die because I call her name. But because the truth, and the Bible says the only thing that will set you free is the truth. So my brother there, some of you who in positions and don't love the truth, that's your business. But when you sleep, we will discuss it. The day we make our own thing, you can go and discuss it. So that's free. We want to say again to all of you who join us here, thank you for joining us. Let's enjoy the show and let's have fun. You can put in your comment. We'll open the line for questions when the time reaches. Okay, so I'm about to send a link to invite other panelists. So we're going to be right back. When we get back, we're going to go into everything you want to know and everything you need to know. Thank you for joining Logan's Hour.
In a tunebybeard.com.
Papi, why you coming from your breathing like that?
My daughter. Hey, my daughter, yeah. The old people can say that curiosity kill the cow. Why you no problem again?
Papi, I really don't have problem. But the way you breathing, sir, it's like you're running so well.
My daughter, if I give you the little G's, you yourself will be running to the same place I'm running. So you just hold it there.
Papi, Papi, play on me now, lay on me. You know I your daughter too now.
My daughter, guess what? I had to run away from Wego. Tuesday and Thursday, they got one show in town. They call it Logan's Hour. Man, that boy can talk the thing that happened.
All right, I think we have something frozen here. So let's. All right. Thank you again. We want to say welcome again to the Logan's Hour. Today we are broadcasting from home. We are not broadcasting from our studio. And we want to say to all of you who just joined us, we want to say thank you. I see my sister Rachel Bestman just joined us. I see my Oma Mother Comfort Winnie. I see Titi Banks, Celine Valentino, Olivia Kipon Cheyi. I see Jeremiah Chie. I see my Annie Gibson. I see my dear brother, Mr. Eluscious Tito Harris. I see my sister Chicopee Johnson just joined us. I see my dear brother Depe Pele. I see my beautiful wife, Samar Princess Liwe Hamu Logan. And I see my dear sister Damawa Mawen. And I see my sister following us from way Liberia, Viola Wefi. And to all of you, Bernice Alpha, and the list just go on. We have over like 70 some more people here watching us. We have people who watching us from YouTube. We have people watching us from the other Facebook page. And we have people watching from our original page. So whatever page you're watching on, you will see those are following on that page. But I'm here, I can see the original list of all those that follow us, and I see all those that follow us on the 3 pages, so I can see the number combined here. But all of you who follow us today, we want to say thank you for joining us. We want to say we truly appreciate you because you are the reason we are here. And Mother Comfort, I want to say thank you too for your piece of prayer. And Mother Comfort said Proverbs 29:17. Okay, so see that? So we want to say to all of you, thank you. And we really truly appreciate you. I see my dear sister Dalicia Senior. I see my brother Edwin Sharif. I see Didier following. I see Joshua K. Power following. Vasia Hilton, Winter Snow, Henrietta Family, and all of you following on the other page, Pressure Look, Sam Mills, and everybody who following us here. I want to say thank you so much for following us. And we want to say shout out to Lone Star. We lost our game today, but we want to say we truly appreciate the Lone Star team. And we want to say congratulations to our sister again, Sia Pachibo, for organizing this educative workshop that took place on Saturday. We truly appreciate you, Sia. And we want to also say congratulations to Mr. Eluscious Tito Harris and the former vice president of the Liberian Association of Indiana, Miko Koke. They are both Eluscious Harris engaged Miss Miko Koke on Saturday. It was colorful, trust me. And I saw the ball film, man. The Bible said he that found a wife found a good thing. The ball like, oh my gosh, I love this woman so much. Then she said, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening. Oh, what is happening to me? I was just there. That's the blessing of the Holy Spirit, girl. I didn't play a little Harry laughing, you want that. Woo! So thank you for joining us so much. We appreciate you guys for joining us. And we want to say to all of you who follow us today, we want to say thank you. And we want to say to listen, let's start a conversation. Let's start with the Liberian Association group chat first. That's the interesting part of the conversation. All right, for some of you who follow us from Liberia, you don't know what we're talking about. We just try to do our internal thing, then we'll come outside to what is happening in Liberia because we have on our topic here to discuss the running mate to His Excellency, former Vice President Ambassador Joseph Yumambuaka. And we also want to talk more about voter registration. We want to encourage people to register to vote. It's important. Those of you who registering twice, we want to say you need to stop that. That is not very much good for our country. Liberia is a very small country with less than 6 million population. And now the police and the National Election Commission have been arresting some people. When you see here, you see one person registered twice. The first time he went, he said his name Elijah Zida. Then the second time he went again, he said his name Elijah Smith. And not just him. They got tons of other people who doing these things, registering twice. And listen, your vote is your future. Your vote determines who become your next president, vice president, representative, senator. So registering twice cannot solve the problem. You can't try to manipulate the system. That is so wrong. Let me tell you, One man, one vote. That is democracy. Stop registering twice. Some of you who sitting home and telling people, oh, we will not go there because the government not doing what it's supposed to do. Why will go vote for? Listen, the evidence that you found a great and a better leadership is about you mustering the courage to get out every money to go to that pools or to go to the center and get registered. Your voter registration card, let me say to you today, since we are using a digital system, it's not just a voter registration card. That card going to be used as your citizen ID card. So after voting, you better keep that card, because if you see how the card is designed, it's a computerized card. So if you're using a computerized card, that's the card they're going to be asking you when you go for money to Western Union. That's the card they're going to be asking you. So this is going to be used as your citizen ID card. So those of you in the country, call yourself Liberian citizen, you better make use of the opportunity and go and get this card. Because if you do not get the card now, after the election, you will be paying money. And those of you who don't have it will be paying serious money to have it. It will be called your citizen ID card. So the story has come out already. You better go and try to get your voter registration card now. Your vote is your future. Your vote determines who becomes your next president. And trust me, you don't want to sit down home and somebody decide for you. Your inability to decide who becomes your president or your vice president or your secretary will allow you to be led by the fool. So if you don't want to be led by the fool, you better go and vote wisely. Liberians, those of you who in Smenotes, Morovia, Nima County, Bapolu, River G, all the other places here that are sitting home and say, oh, I don't want to get involved with it here, that a people thing. Don't call it people thing. It is your thing. Now it is the time that your incoming lawmaker, your incoming senator will come to your doorstep, sit down and convince you why they want to become lawmaker. Some of them, they will come to trick you. That's why when it comes to election, they are called politician. They only come in to give you stories that will suit you at that moment for you to give them your vote. Now your vote is important to them. You will see lawmakers coming to sit with you on the floor to eat. Some of them going, throwing your water on the head. They acting humble, but they are all deceiving you. Listen to the message. Find someone who you trust, someone who you believe capable of leading your district or whatever place. Forget about who come to give you beg or rest. I know sometimes to say we Liberians, we believe in optical illusion, but sometimes you don't have to see it. The person have to explain their vision, and you sit down as a sensible person and analyze that person's vision and see that it's practically it can come to reality. Don't sit down and say, because the mayor, he never pay him, so he can be my lawmaker. The ideas is in the mind. The idea is not in our hand pump. So if the man idea resonate with you and you feel this man can take you from where you are to where you want to go, listen, don't vote for your uncle because of your uncle. Don't vote for the other person because he in your community, you know him. Vote because somebody is capable of doing what you wanted to do. Your vote is your future. You see how the proliferation of Zogos over the years, and we all complaining every corner they have Zogos. Every corner Zogos. Our children in the various schools are turning to Zogos. We need people who will come up with a strong drug law, especially for those who going for the first branch of government that we consider as a legislature. Vote qualified people. Vote people who can make laws. Vote people who has the ability to think critically. Don't vote for somebody because he been in your community for some time. Don't vote for somebody because you were able to pull two of your children on scholarship. Vote for someone who can pass a better law. Vote for someone who you think your daughter and your children will have a better future. Stop voting on party lines. Stop crossing from one district to another district. That is not helpful. Because remember, if you leave your district and come to my district and vote for whoever lawmaker, the next thing that's going to happen to you, it means your district will be, or who was the representative will be elected by another people, and you will not be part of that decision making, and which of course, it is your right to decide who to lead you. But you threw that right away and went to another district to elect other people on a lawmaker and leaving your own lawmaker. So listen, form part of the decision making. It is very important for you. Liberia at this crucial age depends on you. The future of Liberia is about the young people now. The old people, they are fading away. We know they will come with a lot of resistance. We know they don't want to see change. Change is inevitable. So they will have to see change whether they like it or not. They say one purpose. Listen. We, the young people today, we have the mind to innovate. And whatever running through your mind today, innovation-wise, don't sit on it. Don't die with it. Don't let anybody kill you before your time. Whatever God placed in you, put it out now. Use it for the benefit of others. So today, as we are here, we're going to touch on a few things. As I stated, let's talk about our community first, then we'll go outside. Let's talk about our community first, then we'll go outside. I know some of you concerned. I know my Liberian people of Indiana, some of you have been concerned. And I remember Saturday, few people called me and asked me a question. Hey, Philip, why you left the group chat? Why you left the group chat? Because some people saw on Saturday I left the WhatsApp and I left the messenger group chat. And some people, they felt that I shouldn't have done that. And they wanted me to stay in the group chat. And I told them, well, I left the group chat for a reason. And why I left the group chat for, it was very simple. You see me here, there are few things I don't condone. And number one thing I really do not condone is injustice. It's injustice. I hate, trust me, those of you who know me, you would know me for days, even from school days. I hate for people to render injustice to their fellow men. And what happened on Saturday was I got up Saturday morning and I decided to assemble my children's bed. And while doing their bed, I decided to look on the group chat. And when I look on the group chat, I saw a whole lot of messages popping up. And I saw the secretary of the board. Secretary of the board name popping up about insults. And I saw his text that he wrote on the chat, and his text was on the chat for almost 25, 30 minutes before he deleted those messages. I understand that he deleted those messages. And which, of course, another brother who is a dues-paying member of the Liberian Association of Indiana felt offended by the way the former board chair or the secretary of the board addressed him. And straight to his defense, one of his daughters came up and she said, and I went there. I clicked on right away because I felt that wasn't fair. What is good for John should be good for Paul. Equal measurements. Paul cannot have something different and John have something different. So my point to them was simple. So do I, Philip Logan, have the right to say something that offends another group chat member and insult, let me say, and delete that identical thing? Would that be acceptable? No response. We started going through this holding and putting, and now somebody came out to say something personal. Oh, you jealous of my family? And in fact, when it comes to my family, you always come against my family. You always come at my family. You jealous of us. And another person came out and said, my family is better than your family. We are educated. We are this. We are that. So what I did, because I know myself, I think before I do. I don't do before I think. To seize that entire conversation, my response to the another person was, I do not go into personal conversations. And the person gave me a thumbs up. That's good. And I was done with that. On the same token, I believe that the chat room have 3 administrators, if my memory can serve me right. And those 3 administrators follow the conversation from start to finish. And no one call order. And Mr. Savannah Spilly, who is a resident and donator to the Liberian Association of Indiana, got in with the conversation. And he demanded that the secretary of the board, Mr. H. Momo Fambule, should apologize to one of the community residents who he wrote about, and that resident felt offended. All right, let's go back. Let's rewind the cassette. Okay. Now, in terms of apologies, if you are the editor in the town, you are the secretary on the board, you wrote something about me, and I say to you that what you wrote about me is very offensive. And what I expected from the board, it was very simple. Oh, Mr. Ernest Samuel, Savannah Spilly, or all of you who pushing these things, if you guys say Mr. Samuel feel offended, he's my little son. I will reach out to Mr. Samuels and see how we can talk about this if he felt offended. Maybe he never understood from which context I spoke. As I stated, all the chat room administrators, they kept mute. They said nothing. They followed the conversation. None of them, not one, had the courage to even reach out to the former board secretary and say, excuse me, sir, this is going on in the chat. We read this about you. We saw the message that you posted before you deleted it, and this citizen felt offended. Is there any word you can give him? None. None of them reached out to even Savannah Spilly or whoever person who were calling for the former board chair to retract his statement. None. Members of the family starts to reach out to the individual who felt offended. Oh, we are sorry for our party, but tell your man to forget about it, please. Now, if all of those who are serving and are administrators, if that's how you people want to run a chat, that is very sad. So at that point, when I saw that favoritism, partiality, They look after special person comments and they do not look on the other people comment. I felt I was getting into myself. And if I were to say something in there, they were going to remove me. And because of the person I am, I know I wanted to go too far in those conversations anymore. And I know I wanted to keep seeing those conversations. When the chat room administrator, one of the administrators, Richard Boya administrator, came in and removed Savannah's Pele, we're all following the trends of discussions. I felt that was complete injustice to Savannah's Pele. And I said it to him. I said, that's a complete example. That's a classic example of cowardice. You can be a coward if you want to be a group administrator. You can be doing favoritism because the person is not in the government, or because the person opposed the government, or because the person says something against the administration. So all you care to do is to go after him and remove him from the chat to have peace, which make no sense. That's how I left the group chat. I took myself on the messenger. I went as well and removed myself from the WhatsApp chat. Saturday, I wasn't on the chat. Sunday, I wasn't on the chat. Monday morning, then I placed a call to the community administrator. Because remember now, the group chat have 2 official administrators who are responsible for removing and adding people to the chat room. The president is one of the administrators, but he do not remove and add people. The vice president as well is one of the administrators. He do not remove and add people. So the community administrator, I reached out to him. His name is Mr. Robert Carey, who is the Secretary General of the Liberian Association of Indiana. He is the legitimate chat room administrator. The other administrator, he's Richard Boya administrator. So sometimes when people saying something in the chat room, he come to fight for his masters. So he remove people and he feels that whatever you say is offensive. So that's why I never reached out to the other administrator. I reached out to the official administrator who is responsible to add people and remove from the chat room. That's how you saw me coming back in the chat room on Monday morning. Because I called him and said, hey, excuse me, I recognize you are the original administrator and I'm a tax-paying member. I pay my dues. So I'm entitled to the chat room and I need to be added. I have the right to remove myself at any time and I have the right to be added at any time. So that's why I called the original administrator to add me back to the chat room, and he did just how I said it. So I want to say to all of you who called to ask why I left the chat room, I want to say kudos to you and for your concern, because I know it was concerning. I saw a lot of people calling to ask me, hey, why you left the chat room? Hey, why you left the chat room? And I left the chat room because of that. I hate injustice. I do not, and I will not sit down and see people render injustice to people because you just hate them because of the way they push their own issues. We are different. We are not from the same class. So if you choose to be quiet, if you choose to be a coward, everybody else don't have to be a coward. Some people have to stand for something. Some people have to look in the faces of people and say the truth. Because some of you, when they say board chairman, you're scared. When they say secretary of the board, you're already scared by yourself. So you can't question these people. You can't say nothing to them. But we are not insultive. We are not insulting anybody. We're just calling for the right thing to be done. And that's it. So I want to say to the original board chair, the original chat room administrator, Mr. Robert Carey, I want to say thank you for playing your role very effectively. So those of you who follow the issue, I want to say thank you as well for also coming up to find out what happened in the community chat room. Then I see the Arab money following from Liberia. Mr. Tali Voga, You're following us from Liberia. I want to say thank you, Mr. Volga, for following us. All right, let's go into the discussion. Some of you who don't know the discussion, number one, we're going to discuss this video. There you have it. And number two, we're going to discuss how our financial secretary was beaten. All right. Let's face it. Now, I know some of you now get issue. Oh, why you have to play the video? But it is what it is. The press are the watchdog of the society. That is our job. Go ahead, find the news, and bring the news to the community. That's what we are doing. If an honorable person who is considered to be our community financial secretary, and our community liaison officer, if they do not conduct themselves very well, trust me, we will discuss it. It is a breaking news. Even if the president, Mr. Julius Parker, goes somewhere and behave like ordinary Liberian Joe Blow or ordinary person in the Liberian community, we will discuss it. So see the video clearly and so now let's go bait and pieces. We are not going to refer to anybody who is not serving us in the Liberian community. We are going to deal with those who serve in our honorable positions. Number one, our financial secretary. We took our time to get up in the morning, walk to the center to vote for people who we believe will move with distinction and with high credibilities. Now, if you, as a Liberian citizen, live in this portion of Indiana called the Liberian community, if you are not disturbed by this video, to see your financial secretary be beaten publicly, there's something wrong with you. We expect that our financial secretary should carry herself with distinction. I know people talking about the apology letter. I'm going to read the apology letter, but we got to discuss what happened first. Because the people say, don't just jump to where you fall down. Start from where you stump your toes. If our financial secretary, our honorable financial secretary, because we still have some modicum of respect for you. Whenever you go to the public, we expect you, Mama, to behave like the office you occupy. Because that office you occupy, too many Liberians live in town here, want to be respected, want to have that position that you have today. So no day I, Philip, say you got Logan, want to see my financial secretary being whipped in the public. Because those things make us to look like some laughing stuff. The day we go outside, we're talking about, our community is so unique. Those people that we have that are serving us, they are honorable people. Somebody going to tell us, which one of the honorable people? Your financial secretary who are elected, they were just whipping her in a few days. And those children that whip you too, they will not respect you when they see you. Trust me. When they sees you, they're going to feel that they got control over you. They're going to feel that you're fighting over something. So we cannot sit down and allow ourselves to be reduced to that level. That is so bad. That is so bad. And surprisingly, somebody who are at Mr. Elisha Harris' engagement, the person called me the very next morning. The person said, wow, Philip Logan. I said, yes. How you doing? They said, you are a brave person. I said, why? The person said, I saw you to Elisha Harris' engagement. Those girls walk in, they greeted you, they hug you, and your laugh, you have conversation. And the next day, you wrote your paper and included in it. You are a brave guy. Congratulations. I said, but if I'm here, I'm a watchdog. I'm here to bring the news to the Liberian community. Because they greeted me, we call each other sister, we call each other brother. I shouldn't report it. The person said, that's what I respect you. Because other people will not do it. Because just for the chat room, we met at Tito House. We settled our thing while we were doing it in the chat room. And the next morning, when they went and behaved the way they ain't supposed to behave, they were in the papers. And that was issue. I know some of them felt bad. The boy, we thought we've already finished doing our thing now here, our brother, but the way he's talking about, but trust me, man. No day in this community, our financial secretary should be whipped. That makes no sense. If they call for the next administration, the president will have to introduce some class that was elected official we have to go to learn how to do self-defense. That would be better. Our financial secretary can be in the public and somebody grab her and holding her hair and knocking her down, then she walking like nothing happened. That is so bad. Look at this is bad to the core. This shouldn't be repeated. Public officials should carry themselves with some modicum of respect. Think about the people that walk to the polls to vote for you. Think about that old man that morning when it was raining. She came to say, "They man won't vote here for my daughter." Think about her. Carry yourself in a way that when people see you, they will point at you and say, "This is our financial secretary." We don't expect less of her. I know we are all human. They say, "He that is of no sin, be the first to throw this stone." Not that we don't have our own flaws, we do. But because the role we choose to play, we have to highlight things. It saddens me. The other day, I told my brother in our group, I said, when you do something wrong, I have to say it, I have to read it, because I am the person I am. I know the financial secretary and the liaison person, they had an apology letter up already, and which, of course, we're going to throw some light on our apology letter. We're going to read it as well to the public. But we just have to talk to them. They have to carry themselves with some respect. They have to carry themselves with some respect. And some of you who saw the paper, when the paper came up, some people say, "Oh, why they make out to write about the children? Why they make out to put the children picture?" But the picture have to be there to indicate who are you referring to, who are you speaking to. All of you here following us, almost 100 people. We know the thing here is bad. In any given society, no official, elected official should go and fight. Even if somebody offends you, you have the law. Use the law to your advantage. Now, let's go to my other sister, Mrs. Boateng. For some of you who don't already know, Mrs. Boateng and I, we have been friends for some time. Since I came in town here, yeah, we have been, hello, how you doing? Fine. And we always greet each other with a lot of respect. And Mrs. Boateng, she's a lawyer, for God in heaven's sake. That's where my disappointment came from. That's why to even add Mrs. Boateng name to this picture here, to this news story, it sickens me. It makes my stomach to creep. You are a lawyer. You knows the law. You're supposed to be telling people that use the law. But how can you forget that, Mama? I understand that Bible. I understand that part. I need somebody to explain it to me. I understand Mrs. Boateng forgot that she was a lawyer, that she needed to use the law, and she jumped into a fight. And the fight never went her way. And when you look at here, you saw how they corner Mrs. Boateng in the corner, and everybody just beating her, and the other. Why? Why would a lawyer allow herself to get whipped? Why the lawyer want to get into the kind of commotion when you're supposed to call the police and use the law, Mama? You are our liaison officer. You have to connect us to other organizations. You are between Liberian Association and other groupings. You're the one supposed to tell us what is good for us and what we cannot do to give us better image of it, because you are our direct representatives to other groupings. How can our liaison person go into the Ivorian group to go talk about the cordial working relationship, then somebody in the Ivorian group say, that one why I whipped the other time to the party? How they going to see you? Even if you just tell them your profession, I am a lawyer, they will say, how you are a lawyer when you get used to law? That is wrong. Trust me, to sit here and even mention that or call your name and see how close we are from the time I got into this town, and Fatima, how close I am to you people. It takes courage to even say it, because a lot of people would not do it. Lots of people went to that program. They saw the fight. They have the video. Not one could say it. Till the newsletter came out and people started commenting. I know you felt bad. I know you felt that, oh my gosh, Philip, why you did this? You just blew me out. But I'm doing it for your own good. I'm doing it for you, my sister. Because if we do not highlight these things, it's possible that you might want to one day get into another one again. And I'm cautioning you to use the law. Because if for any reason somebody children were just going to go and say, well, we're going to file a complaint and we're going to make sure we tell the people that was an assault, you slap me or you do this, as a lawyer, they will take the case different. They can press charges and you can even lose your job. You can lose your license because you're supposed to know the law. You're supposed to be teaching all the law. Just a few days ago, I told somebody, I said, since we had TGIF, thank God it's fabulous. And my brother, Pastor Emmanuel Jacob, he trying for us to have another program here called What's Your Story? I was thinking about reaching out to you to have a legal show where you can teach us about the law. But now, when you come to teach us about the law, and somebody say, then why you couldn't use it, Mama? I know that's a mistake. We are all human. Some of our brothers in our chat room there, they preach every day, but they didn't have the courage to look in your face and say, my sister, what you did was wrong. But what you guys did, it was wrong. It was wrong. We can say that anytime. The first person to reach that level that the whole time is depending on as a lawyer to be whipped in the public. We can't allow that. So, Mama, all of you today, this is a lesson. Anybody who's serving in position, you got to lead us with respect. You people have to lead us with respect. We want tomorrow when calling our elected official name, you people need to be respected out there. We just want any Joe Blow can just sit down and talk anything. Any small guy sit down and say, oh, your financial secretary, why I flogged the other day. Or your lawyer or your liaison person, why I beat that down to the club. Y'all got to cut it up now. Y'all got to cut it up. Y'all need to cut it up. And I know I don't go to club, but if you're giving a chance, I will start going to club. When I see elected official to that club, you get drunk, you do something that it makes sense, I'll put it in the paper or I can't discuss it here. So, a hang to a while is quite sufficient. So, before we go any further, we're going to just take this short commercial, and when we come back, one of our brothers going to join us. Thank you. All right, we are back again. We are back again. Oh my gosh. So, my dear brother, are you there? You ready to come on? All right, so we're going to, while our brother is setting up, we're going to open the line 401-359-5072. Those of you who have been following us and those of you who want to contribute on what we've been discussing here, it's a perfect opportunity now for you to make your call. And everything we discuss here, if you love to chip in, the number is on the screen. You can also call and make your voice heard. Or if not, you can better hold your peace because I know some of you don't love to be seen or heard that people say, oh, you person talk about me. So that you can just keep that for another time. But the line is open right now. The number is 401-359-5072. So thank you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you, my sister. Yes, to err is human, to forgive is divine. Thank you. I like your courage. Yep. So the number is 401-359-5072. Those of you who want to take part on the show, you can call in right now. And listen, open rebuke is better than secret love. Some of you here today, now your time. You're laughing here. Yak, 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 yak. But remember, one day too, you will slip. And when you slip, we will bring it all to. We will bring it all to. So don't forget. All right. My dear brother, are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right. Welcome to the Logan's Hour.
Thank you.
Some of you who don't know who on the screen, if you see the name, you'll know who on the screen. That's the Invisible Man.
No. Every gave me someone tattoo.
Welcome, my dear brother. Make a contribution.
Well, where you want us to start from?
You can start with whatever we've been discussing. We were talking about first. We started with the group chat, and we sent a congratulatory message to the
Okay.
education committee for the workshop on Saturday. We
Yes.
also spoke about the fight on Saturday, and we talk about the voter registration as well. So, any of these you would love to start with, you can start with that.
Yes. I would like to start with the education committee.
Yeah.
The program on Saturday.
Hmm.
I did not make it because I must have had something educational that was scheduled at a specific time. And I was burning through it. If also, I don't know if it's feasible for next time for them to have maybe a Zoom or some kind of live link so
I
that
think
those
so.
who cannot make it in person can be able to follow, because that's a lot of information. And sometimes just hearing it once will not make you to understand it. You know, you gotta keep hearing it, keep hearing it, keep hearing it. So we
Yeah,
look forward to more of that. That's something very cool for the community. There's a lot of information that even those that have been here for a while think they know, and they may not have understood yet.
that's true.
And
That's
congratulations to Mr. Well, the joking will call him Mr. Luscious
mm-hmm.
for our own
Mm-hmm.
brother Tito Harris and his fiance. Congratulations! That is a big step. We For me, I sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, hope and pray that you guys will cling to each other, look to each other. There will be a lot of advices, a lot of people, a lot of sayings, a lot of things will be said. But remember,
Mm-hmm.
it's a one team, one fight. It didn't say your team and my team.
Yeah,
It didn't say your family and my family. It's one team. That team is the two of you,
it's true.
and it's one fight. Um, Concerning the chat room issue on Saturday,
Mm-hmm.
that started on, I think it Saturday. For some reason, I think I got a call and someone like, "Are you following what's going on in the chat room?" I'm like, "No, I haven't been in that chat room for almost 2 days now." Like, really? I'm like, yeah. Because I barely go in there.
Mm-hmm.
And then to see the back and forth, and you stress on key points. You know, the point of playing favoritism and partiality is something that we have to rise above. I always have a saying that um, the law has no friend. And that's a concept that is very hard for most people to understand. The law has no friend. And that's the reason why if
Mm-hmm.
if it's your family or close relative that is involved in certain things, you have to recuse yourself so that the law can take its course. If you think that being with, you have close relation, you have this high regard for so and so person, and if violating the very law you should enforce, you either enforce the law or you step aside and have someone else to enforce that law. You have to publicly recuse yourself. You cannot remain silent and start cherry picking. That is wrong. It was wrong yesterday. It will be wrong today. It will be wrong tomorrow. We as a community, we have to rise above that. But that's a concept that for some reason it's so hard for us to understand. Um, the issue concerning the fight, you know, I like to look at it from various angles. First of all, from an overall general perspective, I have not spent time watching that video. I don't have interest in watching it. The the outlook looks bad. Also, I guess few questions I'll ask. Who started it? Who provoked the physical action? Was it who was in self-defense? Who was acting in self-defense? Who And also provoking the physical action, doesn't mean that by you throwing certain words out there means you're right. Because I didn't hit the person, they hit me first, I was right to just throw out any words. There's something called fighting wars. You throw out certain words, you would be wrong if that person kick your butt. And the law will back that person for kicking your butt. That's just the nature of the beast. So those are some questions that, as people who have interest in watching those things and analyzing, they should ask those questions. Who provoked who? And things like that. But the community as a whole, as we go through that, and like you said, open rebuke. And I want to applaud you for having the courage to do that. Most of the very people that sitting in those that were involved, the close circles, and telling them like, oh no, why feel like I need out there? I can guarantee you some of those very people are pointing finger behind you laughing because they don't have the courage to say it to your faces. But it takes someone with a good heart to say, hey, you screw up, you're wrong. And to err is human. And I would like to approach it from the point of view of the community leadership. Everything rises and falls on leadership. You talk about what someone asked a question or someone raised it in the group chat, what will Paco do about that? I like to say this from Paco's point of view. If I was Paco, I would even bring them closer because guess what? At least I know I have individuals I'm working with that will physically defend the records. you know, can you imagine going in a community meeting and someone accusing Paco and the financial secretary of wrongdoing? I would be afraid for that person because guess what? Like you said, maybe the leadership should offer some classes for the officials to take. Maybe they'll take some of those classes now, and before we say something in the meeting, somebody will get beat up. So now will it be a caution if you go in a gathering, you should not question certain things for fear that you will be physically attacked? And then the liaison officer, at least one thing I can guarantee you now, at least I know that if the liaison officer goes somewhere and someone trying to tarnish the Liberian community, hey, I know that person will get a smackdown. And I like to look at it from the point of view of the individuals involved. Look, these are children. Hopefully, someday they may grow up. It's a long way, and not everybody grows up. Growing up is a long way. Not everybody grows up. We might be fortunate to grow old by God's grace, but it doesn't mean I will actually grow up. And we see that example in our community every day. We have a lot of older individuals in our community who has not and will never grow up. We have to accept that. We have to deal with them. Now, does their action require dismissals? I personally don't think so. But at least some kind of reprimand from the proper authorities in the Liberian community. And it will bring you to the point of view of the proper, the point of view of the authority that should be in place. In the case of the financial secretary, she's elected. Even the board cannot remove her for that. However, Article 12, Section 1 can be invoked. Would the board make any comment on that? I always like to use that analogy about, because my grandma is the best cook in the village, it doesn't qualify her to be the leader of the village. And because my grandfather the best dressed in the village, it means that he qualified to be a leader. Just those two things alone, come anywhere close. They do not come anywhere close to the traits and principles of leadership. Even in the U.S., in all her glory, they have what they call school of leadership. There's a reason for that. Gray hair and age alone doesn't qualify someone to be a leader. Even I got gray hair. It doesn't mean I'm qualified to be a leader. I've never gone seen a job questionnaire where it asks how many gray hair the person have to determine whether to be qualified for the job because they'll become a supervisor or manager in the business. I asked this question before. The gray hair child molester and the black hair child molester, who we're going to leave the child with?
That's the thing. Both of them, they are molester.
Okay. So the myth that we have in our society that because I got gray hair, I'm older than you, at this, I know it all, I'm a leader. It's a lie. It has never been proven. Even in the Bible, it is written in it. Oh no, when it comes to that, we'll put it aside. That other part of the Bible, we'll skip it for now. So you know. But it's disheartening. You know, I have seen people with gray hair and black hair or teenagers or just beginning to adulthood here being placed on ankle monitor because of their behavior to society to protect society from them. That's where when they say the law is blind, that's where it comes. That phrase actually, kind of entails. This is not about sentiments, emotions, or feelings. It is about us allowing the law to take its course without favor.
It's
You
true.
know, the courage, and then now it will be upon the board chair to have the chairman of the board to muster the courage to even condemn the act. But I don't know. That maybe until you have to wait to get approval from the secretary of the board because of the secretary of board relations to the elected officials that were involved. So probably he cannot muster that courage until he get approval from someone that he should be telling what needs to be done. It's a sad time in our society, in our community. Morals, moralities, and truth, it has become relative to us. It changes depending on the wrongdoers or the person that was wrong. In this case, I mean, once again, it looks like the board chair and the secretary board will apply situational ethics. If it favors me, it is right. If it go against me, then it is wrong. We cannot operate in this way and expect changes. We have we have to do better. We can do better. We know we can do better. But this out of favoriting, it took me a while growing up to learn that for some reason setting upbringings are way, way different from each other. I feel like I guarantee you, I know a little bit more of your background. And I know where we from. When we do wrong, our parents will have us behind out there.
Oh yeah.
Even carrying us back to the person that we wronged. And will even tell them to deal with us after the 50 us at home. Our parents will never back us when we wrong. Never. We know that. So because of that, we even afraid. Would they still show us love? Yes.
Yep.
But every upbringing is different, like I said. Morals and moralities and ethics, it become relative. Some people, once it's my child, oh no, they can't do wrong. Oh, they are perfect.
All right. So Jivon, let's hear from Mr. Sawinde Samba. I see Mr. Sawinde Samba is also here. Let's hear from Mr. Samba. Mr. Samba.
Yes, Philip, how are you? How are you, Philip? Thanks for hosting the show again once, and thanks for letting us on, Mr. Savannah Pillin, Javon Smith. How you doing? How you guys doing? I just want to
Yeah, they
talk
are
on
good.
behalf.
Jivon is
I want
good
to
there.
talk about the. I would like to talk on about the injustice that this community is bringing, or that's going on in the community. You know, we have in this community, we have certain people that do certain things, and everybody just sit back and say, "Oh, it's nothing, it's great," and then let's move on. And then when certain people do it, then it becomes something where now everybody got to jump down their throat, or somebody got to be killed, or something got to happen. Like for instance, let's go to the chat room. You know, first of all, the chat room.
Before you land, let me get to the person quick. Go ahead,
Okay.
Cora.
Hello, so this is Jeremiah Saleh, calling on the Freddie Logan show again.
Thank you so much, my brother.
Yeah,
I was
I
speaking
was
English.
calling to the case of what happened over the weekend with one of Pacos executive, which is happened to be Fatima Famada, who hold a very key role in this administration. While it is true, I listen to my brothers in studio or G-Bon Smith and other guys, while it is true, it is good for us to hold people to certain standards,
Mm-hmm.
our constitution do not have clear provisions on these happenings. And that's why it is very important for us to take a notice of the constitutions. Now, we don't know the intensity of the matter, but I heard that Ms. Famule Fatima put a lot of communication out there apologizing for
Around Doing.
for what happened at for what occurred as a means as a public servant. Let's just say that as a public servant, which is commendable. But as much as we put their lives and their behavior on a microscope,
Mm-hmm.
we are all urged to do this thing for ourselves.
It's true.
Why am I saying this? I'm saying this in the sense that Fatima is going to be held 100% liable to me, in my fair view, if she was at LAR functionality
Okay.
and misbehave or inappropriately have a misconduct.
Okay.
I will hold 100% responsible. Now, to lay the basis of argument on the fact that we don't know if it was self-defense from her, or we don't know the intensity of how somebody engaged her or how somebody attacked her for which she had to defend herself.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as much as she's a public figure, she should also have a leverage to defend herself when she's in a gathering where people practicalize historism or talkish behavior.
Okay.
Now, it's unfortunate that she might be there and be part of it, but we don't know the intensity for which it occurred and if she was a victim and she comes in self-defense. So looking at all of the situations surrounding the case,
Mm-hmm.
or surrounding her, at least I would say to my brethren, we should be a little bit, we should give her a little leverage, because we don't have a constitutional provision on that, and plus we don't know the intensity of what happened if she was doing that in terms of self-defense. Because Philip, you could be anything, Jeevan's you could be anything, and if I dramatically come attack you, you could probably retaliate in self-defense. So looking at all of these situations and the matter, we should at least give her the applause that she knows that if you are a public figure, there are some morals attached. And since she went against that moral and she apologized, that apology should be accepted and we should all move on. Yeah, so this is just a contribution that I decided to make, and I think we should all be considerate because people are human beings have to attached.
Thank you so much.
So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my dear brother. So that was the voice of Mr. Jeremiah Saleh.
Yeah.
And,
Can I clarify something quick?
Yeah, okay, go
yeah,
ahead,
so
Smitty.
when you're done, then we'll read the apology to the community as well, so they can know what is going on.
Can I
Go ahead.
clarify something, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. And I clearly stated the video doesn't say it all. And that's what most people, even every happenings that happen in our society, there's always a video. What happened before the video? There's no one actually know the in-depth story. People know, but we that are sitting back and commentating, we don't know because we were not there. We're not involved.
Yeah.
I clearly stated we don't know who was acting in self-defense. I stated that, and I'm repeating it again. And equally so, yes, if someone is acting in self-defense, they will have the right. Also, not because you are not the first to strike other person, there's something called fighting wars. You go and use the wrong words on people out there because they say, oh no, they said, if I don't hit first, I'm in my right. You can get beat up and you will be wrong and you will be liable. It's also out there in the law. There's case laws that have of back that claim before. So no, I'm not, like I said, I'm not calling for that. I don't think it warrant up to dismissal. But there is a provision in the LAR Constitution, Article 12, Section 1. It is written in there. That is when the appropriate authorities will have to come in and at least take a look at it, speak with the individuals, and see if the individuals were even at fault. If there is some liability upon the individuals based on the actions, then they come out and tell to the community. If not, they come and clarify to the community, no, in as much as the outlook is bad, this was done in self-defense, that anybody, any reasonable person in that situation would have acted in the same way. Then we move on as a community. But if we be mute on it, and this is what's going to happen. And then those who have the courage, if you ask question on it, then everyone else in the clique, in the gangs will be pointing finger at them, trying to target them like they say now. Oh, waiting for I feel a minute, waiting for this to happen to him too, and we'll put a video out there. Who cares? Go suck a llama, and go somewhere and go hard. Okay? You can't be sitting in someone's face and laughing with them, and then behind it you plotting to seek the downfall. At least the issue here is Philip is telling them to their face, hey, this is why I see about it. It doesn't mean Philip's right. No.
No. All right. Let's hear from you, Mr. Sawenda, on that. You are muted, I think.
I was going to talk about the injustice starting with the chat room, but since the fight in the community is being talked about, I just want to say things happen. Okay, we can expect people to carry themselves in a certain way, in not certain way. These are people or women or members of the community that are held in high regard when they come to this community, position wise. So we have people now spinning the story, self-defense. They will defend themselves, or they went there to have, a lot of things happening. For me, I was in there. I seen some videos, I seen stories. People that are eyewitnesses have told me what happened, what didn't happen. But when it all come down to it, these people are held at high regard. They hold a high position in our organization. So you're telling me this organization or the community or the leadership couldn't come out and acknowledge the fact that two leaders within the community was fighting at a party? Usually what would happen is say, well, yeah, we heard that there's this going on, so, but we are investigating and we'll come back to you guys with further detail or what will happen later. We're not saying you start chopping through all, so me getting rid of people just like that. This organization, in everything that goes on, it depends who it is. They come out and say, oh, this, and this. But when there's certain people, they just sit back and then they send the other people to come and defend or talk on their behalf and make the story. But for instance, Joseph on the chat room talking about, oh, this what happened, this didn't happen, they cannot be there, they cannot beat that. Listen, if this was possibly me or somebody else that is not too favoritism within the organization, within the community, people will be calling for the head. People will be calling for the head, including the same administration people. We haven't heard from the RSC. Well, for me specifically, what I would have been expecting is for the leadership to come out and say, yes, there is such a thing that happening with the two people. We are investigating until further notice. When you sit down, you decide or you figure out how you want to spin it, then you come back to us. But we don't hear from the administration when they come to certain people. When there are certain people that are doing certain things, the whole hoopla goes all over the place. For instance, the chat room. I was taking up the chat room for making a statement that I don't think was offensive or non-productive when I was talking about how other people, other communities like the Burmese that just came in yesterday, they have their organization that is very productive, that is doing things that we Liberian Association have been here for 20-some almost years. We haven't accomplished nothing as a community. We haven't accomplished. All we do is fight among ourselves. And when people come, they think they know everything and everybody. That's great. But we're not doing nothing. We're not moving forward. We're just in that same position from when we started, from when it used to be Kukatono to what we are today. Okay? When somebody go on the group chat, like for instance, the Dr. Famula situation, because he went and made a statement that somebody took offense to. Again, this is where I'm not a lawyer, but I know the free speech in the US says you can make a speech, you can make a statement, but if other people don't take offense to it, it's a free speech. But if somebody take offense to it, then it's a problem. I believe that's along the line with the free speech thing. But Mr. Famula made a statement that somebody took offense to and then deleted it. And nothing was said from the administrators, from the chat room guard, the bulldogs that run the chat rooms, nothing was said. When people like us or other people make statement, the first thing they say, this is a warning. For instance, Anthony Gifford called me an empty vessel. An empty vessel. I took offense to it. Did they? They did not. They did not take into account. They just let him slide. When I responded, I get a warning. And if, for instance, Richard, the vice president, came out and warned me, but he didn't warn Anthony Gifford. Specifically me, and then later on put a statement to Anthony Gifford. Is this how we're going to roll? Is this how we're going to work? And then when I continue my statement, somebody came and called me a puppet, and then I call him a name, and then you come after me. The same people that run the chat room throw stone, and then they go hide behind, oh, you be removed, or you being offensive, and then everybody come after you. But when certain people do it, this administration sit back and just let it ride. When you talk, they say, oh, we didn't see it. But you see what other people post. But when they come to certain people, you don't see it. He deleting the statement, it doesn't cut it. It doesn't cut it. It's already made. I don't care the background behind how he made the statement, because it on the phone, whatever happened, it don't matter what happened. The statement was made and it was on the chat room. The administration should have come out. If they're scared, if they are scared to talk to the man, maybe make some kind of lame statement so we all can sit down and say, okay, maybe at least. But you did not. So are you telling me my statement that I made, if I would have deleted it, would I be okay? Is that what you're telling me? If I would have deleted my statement, or go back and delete it now, or whenever, so I'm okay? I'm in the good? Is that what you're saying? This is, again, cowardice towards certain people and towards this community. It's not right. It is not right that certain people are jumped on and certain people are not. We have to do better. Be it the administration, be it the community, be it the leaders, the elderly, whoever it is, we have to do better. I sit in here, I work for high school. Mrs. Barton worked for the state of Indiana, according to what I know, and you represent us. So you're telling me my father or my mother goes out there and talk to somebody and they say, oh, you from the Liberian community? We say yes. And then she said, but your children are always fighting. Because you know what happened? Even one person do it, they will say they're always fighting the Liberian people once they see that video. Then that's a reputation on us in the community. But this administration sat down and did nothing or said nothing. But we have people come in and say self-defense, or this is how it was done. Yeah, we all have issue. But somebody that knows the law should know the step to take. If somebody offend you or somebody provoke you, you should know the step to take. You can't represent us. And again, let's go back to this fight. When people nowadays, people are losing their job simply because of what is posted on Facebook, on everything in this world right now. People are losing their jobs. I don't know about Ms. Bartang, but I know if some of these things get to some like, let's say for instance, if it get to your supervisors in certain area, people can get fired. People lose money because of these kind of things. You are held at a high regard. You don't come here and start fighting on behalf of us. That's what you're doing. Because now I go talk to somebody in another community and say, oh, your children are always fighting, or your people, you're always fighting among yourself. That's what they will tell us. Now we got to defend that. But the administration sat down. It's going on almost 3-4 days now, and we don't hear from them. We don't hear nothing. But if the shoes are on the other foot, we'll hear the so-called people will be coming and saying, they will quote the Constitution to us like they do every time. A community-based organization run like a government when they feel like it. When they feel like it, they run as a government. When they don't feel like it, now it's a community thing. Oh, let's move on. What are we going to do? Which one are we going to do? We can't come and say we are administration. Like, for instance, the chairman administrator told me, oh, because the president cannot talk to me, he has the right to talk to people because Biden can talk to this person, that person, that person. That's great and all. I understand that. Let's run it that way then. Then tomorrow, don't come and tell me, so, oh, it's a community thing. We need to do this. We need to do that. We can't have our cake and eat it. We have to decide how we're going to do this organization, and the injustice have to stop. I will pause for now.
No, yeah.
We can't hear you, Philip.
Philip, you muted. You muted.
Sorry, I am muted. So we have our brother Savannah Spillet just join us, and we have our brother Jan Volula just join us. But before we can go to Mr. Savannah Spillet, we would just take the apology letter and just let the community know that the both sisters that we are talking about, the financial secretary and the liaison person, they have already sent out apology to their fans and the supporters and the community as a whole. So to urge Simon to forgive this divine, it left for you, however you take it. But for me and the Logan hours, we say just don't do it again. So let's go into the letter quick. Then we go back to Mr. Savannah Spillet and to get his out of the story here. So the letter is on the screen. They say, greetings. Many of you are aware of the recent incident that took place Saturday, March 25th. We know that many of you who believe in us are disappointed. Therefore, we want to take this time to apologize to our supporters and the community at large. We take responsibility for our actions and willing to bear the consequences. We also want to assure you all that the matters have been resolved amongst all parties involved, and this will not occur again. Once more, we apologize, and this will not deter us from supporting our community that we cherish dearly. Fatima Famule, Financial Secretary, LDR, Jima Famule, State Liaison, LDR. Let's hear from you, Mr. Savannah Spillet. Oh, sorry. I think you are muted. Go ahead.
Okay. I will start with the apology letter first and the fight. If I'll come down and deal with that, the family and his brouhaha. Now, I say this to say that they all try to sweep it under the rug now. Jima say, quote unquote, she legal expert, she a law student graduate, or she work as a lawyer, this is that. And when you first enter law school, you haven't even entered law school, when you're doing what we call a briefing or the session where they are encouraging you to enter law school, they have a little pep talk where they tell you about indirect battery and direct battery, which are all thoughts. It's criminal. They also tell you that ignorantia juris ius excusa. I mean, ignorant of the law is of no excuse. That's a Latin phrase. So if you are a lawyer and this fight was not for you, it was for your sister Flo. It wasn't for Fatima. It was for Flo, accordingly, as we have learned. You should have been the one talking to Flo to stand back and use any applicable means to have this problem solved. It simply goes for Fatima, who serving as LR financial secretary. And Jamal said, they don't come here and sugarcoat that. The Constitution don't address it. It was good that Jivon came out and said, Article 12, Section 1.2. It says, all member and official shall refrain from all activities that may be injurious to the goals and objective of the association and its public image. It ain't say you must be at LAR function. You must refrain from anything that is damaging to LAR public's image, that is injurious to LAR public image. It is there, it's written. Same question as asked that the family the last time. You'll be a board secretary. You should have due cognizance of this document or of this instrument that you helped to write. But you further interpret it to the community based on what you want the community to know and how you want it to know it and whether it's in your interest. And that is corruption all by itself. It was good that the board chair came up with a publication after he had already insulted Ernest Samuel with his closing statement unsympathetic generality are the two last words used in his phrase. He used all kind of damaging word in his phrase that he deleted. I mean, you were the board secretary. If you didn't have gone below or beneath the frail of the community emotion, as we discussed in the chat room, your board chair would not come out and tell us that the board will not seek to be compromised by not doing the people's bidding. And the board is here to stabilize the community. That the board chairman's statement was not a statement that fall from blue skies. It was because he saw the exchange. He saw the exchange. So some of you who trying to sugarcoat it now, the fact that the families came in admission of their illful doing or their wrongdoing, I commend them for that, because up to today's day, the man who born and got the family lie openly that he did not insult Ernest Samuel, but I was bullying him because he tried to beg the question. He tried to seek people's sympathy. But then the next day, he says he's going to preach. But you see, God don't like ugly. You say you're going on God's pulpit to preach after you have lied openly. How after you have reduced yourself to a man that don't have no integrity in this community. Because if I do anything wrong, there's a saying, I'm not too big to say I'm sorry. Come out to say, I am sorry. Then when you say, oh, let's move on. But you will not insult the young man. You will not insult the people's husband. You will not insult the people's father. And allow it to just slide under the carpet. Now, where was the Jeremiah Chie? Why wasn't him reading all the feeds? Before he came and said, if I post document continuously, is bullying. Is that what you call bullying? Is that how you were actually say you school? Is that how you call yourself to be an educated person? To be used as a puppet? Because quite frankly, if the family delete a message from the chat room, it's an admission of guilt. Because if that message wasn't condescending, he wouldn't remove it. It will remain there. If that message wasn't an insult, his daughter will reach out to Ernest Samuel apologizing. Why can't he be the one to apologize after causing the damage? That was my position. And he being the board secretary, he should resign. Because he should be held at a higher stance. Not to come in the midst of the community chat room and try to demonize people, because the man only asks you a question. If you say the president brought this to you, why did you delay? You insulted him. When the board chair came back and made a statement, then everybody back up. They can't talk. Because the assembly did not ask the president to go to the board. The assembly placed a motion on the floor for independent probe, and it was seconded. You did not entertain the vote. We are doing parliamentarian proceedings. So where did you guys went to functional meetings and things were placed on the floor and you walk up and you say, oh, the post said I should bring it to you? Why is that ugly? Now why they beat your children because you couldn't apologize.
Thank you so much, thank you so much, Mr. Savannah Spilly. So, Mr. Fulula, I know you've been following. Let's hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. It's once again, it's a privilege. It is a privilege to be on the Logan's Hour. Thanks for bringing me on. I just want to let the community know that I was on the scene that night when the fight was taking place.
Okay. You were at the scene?
I was on the scene.
By the way, I broke the news.
Yeah, I was on the scene
Anyway,
that night.
go ahead.
Now was scared. Now was scared.
It was no, I was not scared. You not seen I'm scared before. Scared of what? Yeah. So that night it was a chaos. You know, I was very fast to have gotten outside. That's why I even make it. I will not capture in the video.
You say you're
If
in a
I-
white coat?
yes. If
Okay.
I didn't step outside faster enough because everybody was touching everybody. That's how the whole
Well,
place was
If you are
outside.
to keep closer, you are going to dirty your coat as well because you're wearing white coat.
No, I'm a family man. I know when somebody not bottom on my head, who's gonna be taking care of my family. So, hey, when I saw all the noise happening, I gave it outside. So, so what happens is, like I said, everybody in our hall is like they were touching everybody. I believe that the families were trying to make their way outside and they were attacked. They were attacked in the hallway. So,
But you're talking about the attack. If you want to go to the story, then let's go to what happened. What happened? If
what
you want to
happened?
Believe you were
This is how the whole thing started. It started with the Yankees.
Listen, Philip, it don't matter if what happened, what didn't happen. The fact that it happened.
Yeah,
Like,
but if you want to go a little, if you want to go a little
Yeah.
inside,
the people
then
that
let's-
were there know the story.
Mr. Sama, am I protected?
yeah, go ahead. You are protected. Go ahead. Give
Yeah.
her a little insight. What happened?
You know-
Because Fatima said in her letter, the problem have been resolved. So I wanted us to just leave it and let it slide. But if you want to give her a little insight to what happened, yeah, we are open to listen to that.
It started with the Yankees.
Okay, somebody here said they are watching. One of the organizers, Mr. Alexander White Pato. So Pato, I can send you the link right now if you want to come on to and let me know what happened.
Pato can come out. Pato,
Okay, Pato, I'm sending you
the.
I'm sending you
to the family, so no problem.
I'm sending you
can
the
come
link
out.
right now. Go ahead. No,
Yeah,
the
so
Pato wife and his sister-in-law birthday party.
Our Pato party. Was it our Pato throw the party?
Okay, go ahead.
Throw the party. So what happened was it started with the Yankees. The Pinky Yankee is the one that struck on Precious down. Yeah, it started with pressure, between Pressure and Pinky. So when the whole thing started, most of the kids that were in there, there was a lot of kids in there. Most of the kids that were in there, everybody started going wild. Everybody started, acting that they divine people in the Liberian way, right? They added the divine people. So if the other person comes from behind you, acting that, you're trying to make your way outside, and the other person comes from behind you, try to, push you, you would think that person is attacking you. So you will have to push back. So that's why what happened. The whole play was outside down. So I believe the families were trying to make their way out, and they got attacked in the hallway. That's how you saw the video. When you watch the video, King, look at it there. Everybody was on Jima in the corner. Everybody on Jima, about 10 persons on Jima alone. So you want to tell me Jima was fighting those 10 people? No. So I'm not thinking the way the story is going, that how it were. The video there should be able to speak the whole, talk about the whole stories. So
the reason why I'm saying it,
Let
the
me-
reason why the
Phil-
reason I'm
Philip,
saying it,
can I
yeah,
come in?
you
Philip, can I come in,
just
please?
a second, Chief. You have to be the writer of your own book. So we are reporting what we ask and what we know. So now, if you are present, you have to tell us what led to that, because you said people are walking in the hallway, other people ran after them.
They were making their way out.
I can stand in a place right now and say to you something that make no sense to you, maybe by abusing somebody important to you, and I start to walk out. You walk after me. So
they were making their way out. The families were making their way out, and
but something happened, right? Something happened before that.
I say it started. The whole fight started. It was between different people, and when it started like that, everybody went wild. whole fight. You know, when you're in a gathering, when things happening, when tension broke out, everybody, oh wow, who fight? Everybody shopping, somebody people to go and see who doing it.
So nobody would die 911.
Yeah,
Nobody would die
911 will die. Now, in fact, the hall owner died 911. The hall owner came out, and the hotel caterer came out and died 911. People died 911.
If you're following us here and you know the actual story, please let me know. Put your name in. I'm going to send you the link to come on.
911 will die.
Philip, can I come in? Philip, can I come in? Let me come into
Jim, come in.
Yeah.
Yes.
You serve in a professional field. The field you serve in. I was privileged to serve in that field for more than 8 years at way greater, higher level. I don't expect you to come up here to be giving speculations. You saying that you know what happened, they say, I believe.
Yeah.
You contradicting yourself.
And you say you were outside.
The family was making their way out.
No. Listen, I'm using your own words. I'm using your own words.
Let me say that the families were making their way out.
No, let me finish. Let me finish.
People attacked them, so they had to be in self-defense.
Wait. I'm not.
Okay, I got Alexander Pato.
Let me put you on a point.
When you finish, we'll come to Pato because he is the organizer of his wife and his sister-in-law birthday party.
Let me put my brother Jan on a point. There are certain, if you are a doctor and you went to a scene or you're treating a patient, they don't expect you to, as a doctor, to speak and say, I think, I believe, or this and that. The role you play, don't do that kind of thing. You filming the situation. Now you see, because that's what Philip said. The people that were involved, the children put out a message. I'm not saying the consequences. We'll talk about that later. But what happened there? You don't know it.
For people to come on here and just spill lies against the kids that they didn't want.
When the person spilling lie right now,
you the one that made it. You the one talking about the story.
I saw everything that happened. They were on the scene.
Yeah, let me tell you something.
We didn't talk about the story. We were talking about what's going on.
Let me straighten you out. If you were a witness on a scene, the first statement you said, you made your way out because you're in a white coat, your family member, you want to get hit. So you already said you are not there.
I made my way out.
Did you make your way out?
Everybody came outside.
Did you make your way out?
They tried to fire auto place in the parking lot and stuff. The whole parking lot was upside down.
Okay, so if you were out, how come you are a first-hand witness of what happened in the hallway
is
not adjacent to the door on the
outside? Because I came back in the hallway and saw what was going on in the hallway.
So you're saying that you lied in your own self-testimony.
Not after the fact.
You're trying to say that and lie in your own self-testimony, and these are the things I will keep preaching against in the community.
Exactly.
You want to
Thank you.
keep lying and lying.
Stop that. Your point.
Okay, guys. Coming back to both of you. Coming back to both of you.
I'm here to explain what I saw happen.
Yeah, coming back to you shortly. I have the man that organized the party in the studio here. He will better give us a clearer understanding because I spoke to somebody who associated with the people who organized the party. That's how you saw when I wrote in on my paper and explaining that. But before I can join Elizabeth Panto, I have one of our brother who is in the media business, who are at the program as well. He would love to chip in. So let's hear from you, my dear brother.
Well, first of all, good evening to everyone, especially Liberians in Indianapolis. The weekend, the incident that occurred was very damaging to our community image. However, there are a few things we need to take into consideration. The incident started with my in-law, Nyense Yanti, Pinky Yanti. Pinky Yanti got into the fight with Precious. And when she got into the fight with Precious, I took Pinky outside, escorted her to the car because she had friends and they were fighting. So I took her to the car and make sure she got in her car. And the cops came in because the hotel already called police. Police came on. So I had two police outside with me while I was talking to them. And I tried to calm the situation outside with the police. Fatima Jimai and Florence, they came outside at the time. They asked, they said everything was okay. I said, yeah. I said, you guys go back in because I do not want police arresting anyone. As I was talking to the police, and I told Pinky to leave the scene because she started the fight. She initiated the fight. She started it. Her friends and her, they left. I think there were three. Yeah, there were three. So I put them in the car, make sure they leave because I never wanted her to get in trouble that night. But after the families came outside, they were going back into the party. That where the confrontation, the second confrontation took place. The second confrontation occurred. Fatima was not the one that was being attacked, but she had to, it's family oriented or whatsoever. Maybe that's their upbringing. She had to stand up for her sister that was being attacked in the hallway.
I mean, one person cannot fight.
So while her sister was being attacked in the hallway, because we have a lot of Liberian and some French girls and the men, they were attacking the sister in the hallway. So she joined into the fight as a family-oriented or support system to help her sisters. So the three sisters now was fighting the another Liberian and the French girls in the hallway. That's how the second fight occurred after the first one was started by Nancy or Pinky with pressure. However, the police came, and I talked to the police that we will be okay. That there wasn't the police. They were very calm, very professional. They never wanted to arrest nobody. I did talk to the hotel people, and they tell everybody should get out. They said everybody should get out. Everybody should leave. Matter of fact, they never wanted anybody to clean the hall at all. So they said y'all leaving everything, y'all leave the party, which of course I think was very damaging to our image and especially the community. I felt very bad for the girls whose birthday it was because they paid too much money for that event. And for people to just go there with that mind to just disrupt that event, it was very bad, damaging to our community image. However, Fatima and Jimai, they should understand that they are in the public space.
You're right.
Sometimes you have to swallow your pride. Not because someone hits on you, you have to just get involved into the brutal fight. Because whenever you are occupying certain position, it comes with the criticism. And every criticism out there is right. It's right for the place. They are in the public space. People should criticize them, and it's fair. It's fair criticism. We cannot harbor them away from the criticism and the public anger because they are serving this community. They represent this community. They are images of this community.
It's true.
So we have to make sure that going forward, they will have to learn again to cultivate their emotions, especially when some things like this occur. However, I understand the injection of the Constitution. The Constitution did mention this behavior as not a frown on them. However, the Constitution didn't give a specific guideline as to punish such behavior. So, looking at the incident, I think as fair enough to them, we can criticize them, but it's up to this administration. I don't think the administration who are just put out or not in the first 24 hours or 73 hours without finding the details of what occurred. And however, sometimes we all can solve problems differently. So maybe the call with this administration or employee or those that are working in the Fatima and Jima, maybe they had call or placed by the president and vice president to figure out why. But again, they will have to protect the image of this organization because they are serving in every criticism that you guys are rendering, including myself, is rightfully placed. We love them and we want them to do well. It's a good thing that they have apologized. And they should know going forward that politicians, like presidents, They have to accept abuse and criticism. They are not above the norm of that. And if they ever want to stay in the private life, they can well go to private life. But once you are in the public space, criticism is well placed. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joseph Aziki Zaka Sele, the chairman of the Open Table. That was the chairman of Open Table. So let's go to Mr. Edison Panto right now. Panto. Let me unmute you. Okay, Mr. Panto, just drive us through. Welcome again to the Logan's Hour. I know today your first day on the Logan's Hour. Those of you who don't know Panto, he's the captain of the Indy Lone Star, and his wife celebrated her birthday party on Saturday, the 25th of March. She and her sister, so it's Lofty and Gifty. I believe they are twin sisters, and he's the man behind the whole party that went on. So, Mr. Panto, welcome, and let's hear from you.
Mr. Philip, I just want to say, a big thank you for hosting me on this show. It's a privilege to be here, but I was so really disappointed about what the incident that took place. I was highly disappointed because seeing our leader like Fatima into a fight, especially we spent a lot of money on that program. Let me tell you that. We spent up to $3,000 for a program like that. We were all, chilling, enjoying ourselves. And a random person from nowhere just bounce in there and bring on a fight. All right, like what y'all was saying, some of it is true, some of it is not. Right? We went out there, we tried to solve Pinky and Hawa and Precious issues while coming back. And then Fatima and the French group were into a fight. Because the girl whom she was fighting, fiancé is my friend. I invited him to the party as well. He's from Uganda. I think this is an issue that has been going on for a long time. It's not something. Yeah, I think it's not something that happens on the spot because according to the guy, because he called me personally to apologize and just tell me about what was going on. He told me that he said Fatima didn't even know who she was fighting.
Okay.
She don't know the person. She just ran on the person that she was fighting. She don't even know who Tanner was or who the other girl was. I think she was trying to defend her sister. She don't know. So what happened was, I don't know, Flo or whoever. It was between Flo and Mimi. She's from Ivory Coast.
That's Fatima twin sister.
Yeah. So that was that's an incident that happened between Flo and Mimi. So these two had an issue going on long time ago, regarding who they were fighting for. But my point is, you have a whole 7 days a week, and you know the person's house. Why can't you go to their house and fight them right there? Yeah. Why can't you go and knock at the door and say, let's fight? But you gonna come on the occasion on my fiancé birthday party, a whole leaders in our community. You're gonna just come and just, even if the fight against your sister, all you should do is to separate these two. The party was gonna go on if that fight wasn't gonna happen. Because we was already settling the other fight outside. And it was already gone, like what Jesus was saying. He have already talked to his sister-in-law. They were already getting in the car to leave. So that fight was over. Coming back in now, they started another fight. That was the fight that made them to close the whole party. That was the fight that made them to close the whole party, to shut down the whole party. That's what the lady called. The lady was like, we got to call the cop. That's how the cop came. It was because of that fight. It's not because of the first fight. It was because of that fight. That was between Flo and Mimi. Flo and Mimi.
Flo says sorry. Flo already apologized. Yes, she said, "I'm sorry, Alice. It won't happen again."
Yeah. Apologies. We do accept those apologies.
It happens. It happens everywhere.
Yeah. It already happens. with the money we spent, we couldn't get our refund because the lady said the place was damaged because we didn't pay for the hallway and the hallway was damaged. Inside was damaged. Even the floor on the ceiling was all damaged. So we actually lost up to 300. We up to lost 3,000 that night. It was even to our expect. The party was supposed to go to 4,
Who's
but
the person?
the fight started around 1 o'clock. So we lost about 3 hours like that.
That one of the person out at party?
Say that again.
The person that on the screen. The person at
Yeah,
the party?
yeah,
Yes,
she was there.
yes, she was at the party.
Oh, okay. But she was involved with the fight?
Yes, she was the one in the page. One of the videos she was fighting too.
Yeah, I think she didn't want to throw the girl down that was stepping on her.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
So
she's the one. She's the one.
I
Yeah,
think I
she
need to
didn't want to
organize
throw.
I think I need to organize a separate show for this.
She was
But
beating
anyway,
Thank
let's
you,
get
everybody
Philip.
up.
laid
Yes,
go.
She was
please,
Let's get
please
fighting
do
laid
that.
go.
everybody.
But today's show is let's not
Yeah,
go
let's
down.
get laid
Yeah, let's
go.
not
She
go
was
down
the
that
one that
route.
was actually beating the crap out of them.
She didn't
Go
want
ahead.
I was beating the
You
people.
see, Philip.
Yeah.
You see, the thing is,
But
like for me, my appearance on my thing is when it come down to this.
Mm-hmm.
The image of the Librarian Association through these two individuals, Fatima and her sister, it's
Mm-hmm.
not good. It don't look good. Okay, as leaders in this community, they fought self-defense or whatever, however situation, however you spend it. They got into altercation at a party.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that will go on forever. Librarian leaders in the community, this is what they do because people don't just see that one person. They will take it as Liberians. Number
Sure.
two, the fact that we're not paying attention to is the next time somebody go ask librarian go ask those people for an event,
Mm-hmm.
they will think twice. They will think twice before they can give a librarian that hall again. That's a problem we have. That's another problem right there. That
Okay,
when
so
we
let's take some calls from our people following. Also, if you're following us, you want to contribute, the number is 401-359-5072. If you love to contribute, the number is 401-359-5072. Go ahead.
and the thing is, here we are again. The administration is sitting on the hands because it's certain people. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
we can sit here and talk left, right. However, if it were a different situation, for the shoes are on another foot. By now, this administration will be releasing statement. They will be saying things, how they are looking into it, or what's going to happen, what's not going to happen, and this can go back to the chat room and other things that I've noticed by this administration. They're not saying nothing. They're sitting down until
Okay,
10 days from now, 7 days from
I
now.
got my first caller. Let me get a person. Go ahead, caller.
This is Flo.
Oh, Flo, how are you?
I am doing well. How are
Okay,
you?
I'm okay. Make your contribution, my sister.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to apologize verbally to Alex. I've never said anything to you, so I personally want to apologize to you. And to everyone that, felt like we disappointed them or that supports us and stuff, I apologize to my family, my clients, people who, know me, know that this is not something that's not my character, or that was not my intention to come and spoil someone else's party at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I do apologize for that. As far as in people making comments and stuff, trying, to escalate the situation, it's not going to work because we already made peace.
That's true.
And the best thing about this is we learn from this situation to not do it again.
It's true.
And I know for a fact that if this was to happen, either myself will be the peacemaker like I've always been, but sometimes you get caught in things and things escalate.
That's
but
true.
I sincerely apologize. I enjoyed myself at the party. I had fun. I was dancing. I didn't know this was going to happen, but it's like we walked right into the wrong place at the wrong time. So Alex, please forgive me. And if there's anything that, we could do to just make peace, because that's what we need. We need peace in our generation. We don't need to be against each other. And a lot of times guys try, because I see people saying it's man business, guys try to pin females against each other, and we need to be smarter and rise above that. So the narrative is not about man business. It's about just, not the lack of communication. Okay. With no communication comes assumptions, and there were so many assumptions about stuff. And I just want to make it clear that it had nothing to do with no man business. It was just lack of communication. And I just want everyone to know that there's peace. Like, we're not here to escalate it or to revenge. We're here to make peace and move on. So if you're not on that, then hey, I don't know what to tell you.
Thank you so
That's
much,
it.
Flo. But Flo, you made a mistake that night on Saturday, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you were going, I told you, can I come? And you say I shouldn't follow you people.
No, I didn't hear that part.
Y'all to the door, you, Jima and Fatima, and y'all leaving the hall when y'all leaving Tito engagement party. I said, can I come with you guys? I said, no, we don't want you behind us.
That's not what I said. No, I said I was going to I was supposed to meet up with somebody else. I was just passing through with my sisters because I was about to go to a different spot.
Anyway,
I don't like.
It is what it is. Water have been wasted. We can pick it from the floor. But thank you to have the courage to come up here and apologize openly.
Oh, for sure.
Thank you so much, Florence. I truly appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you.
Sarah, can I come in? Can I come here and ask something?
Yeah, you can come in, but I have somebody here. But if you don't go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. You see, so I applaud Mr. White for coming here to straighten things up. And my brother, and back to my brother, you are also in this leadership. You are not serving this community right. If something that happened, if you don't do, you don't have to talk about it. To sit up here and make assumptions, you see, the caller Flo, she came up and she laid out that way. From what you said, now everything else everyone is saying is like your statement contradicted. So we need to start. If you're in the role of leadership, it's not to inflame things. And if you don't know exactly what happened, you don't have to comment on it.
There's a second difference. Second caller, go ahead.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, hi. So I'm the French. Me and my cousin are the French girls that you guys are referring to.
Okay.
Now I just heard Flo's conversation and I read the
what's her
apology.
name? What's her name, please?
Oh, Mimi.
Okay, Mimi. Okay,
I'm
go ahead.
Mimi.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and also thank you for giving me the time to also explain myself.
Okay.
Like they said, it has been resolved. There's no bad blood in between us, and just like Flo also stated, it was definitely, like she said, I guess miscommunication. But what I do want to stress and be honest about, because again, we are the French girls that you guys are referring to, but we did not offend anyone. We've known Alex and Lovesy for a really long time. We've never brought them chaos or any, like, I don't know if you can see from the video, but I was not dressed to have any type of interaction or altercation with anybody. Mm-hmm. And my cousin has never even done that before. So we were really taken by surprise when we stepped out into the hallway, and I got hit first, and then my cousin got hit second. And that's just details that I only want to share because I want to stress that I did not offend anyone, and that was not my intention to offend anyone. And we resolved it the next day, I believe. We went and they apologized, and we also agreed because we're not going to go to any further function and see them and feel like we need to respond or anything like that. So that was really, really below the belt. Honestly, it's not nice what happened, especially to Lefty and Gifty. And I apologize to Alex also. I think we all did. And once again, I want to apologize again, for the part that I played. And my cousin also apologized for the part that she played. And that we are moving forward. I just wanted to get on and, stress the fact that I did not offend anyone. That's not my character. We didn't hit anybody. We got hit, and I guess it was because of the spirit of the night. It was a lot of fighting going on. I don't know. But when I stepped out into the hallway, I mean, I didn't even have time to take off my shoes, and I got, hit on the side of my head with a heel. So I was really shocked. So, but Flo, like she said, it definitely was assumption and miscommunication and things like that. So yeah, it's something that was very unfortunate, but we again are very, very, very sorry to Lefty and Gifty and Alex. Again, all my sorries goes out to them because that was definitely not the way it should have been. And yeah, again, sorry.
Thank you so much, Mimi. Thank you so much.
Now you see what I was saying. The girl just clarified that.
No,
I said
yeah,
there were
no,
people
yeah,
making
no,
their way
yeah, no,
out.
yeah,
When
no,
people
yeah,
were
no,
making their
yeah.
way out, there
No,
were a
no,
lot of
no.
hating going on.
No,
There
no,
were a lot
yeah.
of hating going
No,
on.
no, no,
You
yeah.
don't even know who hate you or
Okay.
not.
You
The girl
said the
clarified
family
all of
Okay.
what I was
attacked.
saying.
Yeah,
There's no contradiction of everything I
will
was
go
saying.
on the
Now
table.
everything was clarified right there.
We
Philip,
have
let
to
me
come
make
on
my
the
point.
table.
Their way
I
out of
gotta
the
go. Let me
door.
make my point.
Yeah,
Let me
There
get
were
out
a
of
lot
here.
of hating going on.
Philip,
Go around the
Philip,
table. Savannah, don't hear for Savannah.
Yeah.
2 minutes,
Philip,
please.
Y'all can't become maybe double crossing people's statement here and you want to make clarification on his own lies.
I just wanted to
The
clarify
first
that.
thing, the first thing, yeah, when you came up, you said
Hold on, Jan.
you
Let him
said
answer.
the families were making their way out of the building and they got attacked.
The girl said, what the girl said?
No,
What
Jan,
The girl
hold
said,
on, hold on, hold
the
on.
Now
girl
wait,
said,
let the man finish.
Hold on.
the girl said she was attacked. Her
Hold on,
sister
Jan.
was attacked.
Your time will
And they
come.
respond
Relax.
based off the attack. But they all regret it. Flo says she's sorry. So
Panto
what you
Joseph
gonna
said he
play?
got your Saturday. He will make amends with you. Saturday, so just
You know
get
what I'm
ready.
saying?
Joseph
So
sending you cash out.
what part you coming on here to constant lying that they were attacked? It is clear that they were the aggressor. But they came out and they resolved it. So don't come to the community on this kind of a public forum and try to make.
That's not what the girl said.
Jan, hold on. Jan, your time will come. Relax. Savannah, it's just your 2 minutes quick. Let's go to the next.
Don't do that. And after the discussion, let's go back to us asking that the family to apologize. Because you apologize, John.
Down by it will be Zazan Kawa and the lady will say Tanta Pulu. You apologize. I will not apologize. You apologize. I will not
You
apologize.
apologize.
Go ahead, sir.
I mean, the thing is this, okay? I'm not here to say who started the fight, who didn't start the fight, but the fight happened, okay?
Yeah.
Did it tarnish the image? Possibly, okay? The leaders in this community needs to take a stand. They need to start taking stand, and if they're gonna do something, they need to do it across the board. You can't pick one person and deal with them, and you pick the other, don't deal with them. Okay,
Yeah.
the fight happened. Me, I was in there. I heard stories. Now the eyewitnesses that come out and say that discredit you, Jan. It discredit your statement you made earlier.
It didn't
Because
discredit me.
let me
No
finish.
way.
Let me finish. Because
Yeah,
your
you can
statement
tell me
was
class to
you were
that
outside,
tomorrow.
you were going inside, you had on white coat, you didn't have on white coat. All that you said, it didn't happen. Okay, eyewitnesses have come and said it. Your credibility is questionable when it comes to certain things. Number two, the chat room needs to be guided. The guideline for the chat room needs to go down equally across the board. You cannot pick and choose who to warn, who to take off, and who not to harass. Okay. Before I got on that chat room, Anthony Gayflow used to harass people, bully people all the time. That's why I asked to be on the chat room because I wanted to see how he would feel like. And now we're both off the chat room because he threatened to make people nose bloody here, and nothing was said to him until people started talking. That's when they took him off the chat room. And now here it is. We have leader in the community will make statement that even if he doesn't apologize, where is the administration? Where is their stand on his statement? Where is the administration stand on his statement? No warning to him. They cannot warn Mr. Famule if somebody take offense to his problem. No warning to him from the so-called leadership or the so-called chat room police. You just let it go because I forget his apologies. But where is your warning to him? Because you want everybody that you feel that will say something or something not right. You warn them. You come out and warn. You kick him off, and you don't warn him for making statement towards an individual. That's a question. That's a problem. That's an issue. So we can't be picking and choosing who not to deal with, who to deal with. Don't be scared. If you're scared, to find another position, find another thing to do. That is not right. The injustice from the leadership, from the so-called people that are trying to learn this community, they need to do better. Y'all need to do better. For me, again, I don't have to be in the chat room. I live without the chat room. I will live without it. I don't care. It don't bother me. Y'all can put me there tomorrow. I will come back. Y'all can kick me off. Y'all don't have to put me there. But y'all need to have standard. The standard is not equal. Y'all need to do better. The administration needs to do better. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sa. Wenda Samba. Let's hear from Jivon before we can go to Yam. Because I think Sa already leaving. Let's hear from Jivon. Let get your parting.
Yeah, so I'll pick about what Sarah was saying. The issue already happened, and it's disappointing that Yahoo's is serving in a so-called foreign minister position for our community that he put his
You
title on
cannot. I
himself.
cannot say yeah. You call my position so called. I would not.
This
I would not tolerate that from you, Jivon.
wait for your point. You come
No,
back
I
on.
would not tolerate that from you. You got to
Okay, wait
retract
for
that
the point.
statement. You got to retract that statement.
So the so-called
No,
foreign
Jivon,
You gotta
minister
you gotta
position.
apologize. Jivan, you gotta apologize.
Okay, here is the point. Let me learn. Y'all can do with me later on. For him to come up and start, you see, this girl wasn't going to call. Flo was going to call White maybe privately, even if she was going to call on the show. So, but yeah, you have to stop inflaming things, especially when you don't know something. You don't have to comment on it, and not just you. Yeah, everyone else in the community. That's something we have to hold
We get
ourselves
just
to.
clarify everything, Jivon.
We have to, yes, and that clarity has to come about because your statement, you contradict yourself. If you are on a witnessing, my brother, your credibility will go down to in the negative. You will be taken off, or you'll be strike out. You cannot say, oh, I was this place and I believe this
Thank
happened.
God
Were
I
you
was not
there?
on the.
Did
I'm
you
not on
see
the
it?
witness stand.
Okay, no, everything you say as a public official, it carries a weight. If you're not ready to carry on our burden, then step aside. No one force you into it. Okay, so everything you say, you should know it carries weight. And now, and there will be my part into the leadership. Everything rises and falls on leadership. Oh yeah, I won't lead, or I can raise my, oh yeah, because well, I've been here for 30 years, or I got gray hair, or I know I'm part of this clique, or I know this other group of people, so I can lead, making a leadership. No. Everyone, yes, people do learn. There are different styles of leadership. We all are aware of that. But this will also go to Parker. This happened. He have not directed his IRC person to even make a statement to the community. And like Flo said, in the absence of communication, people start to make assumptions. This is just a community member that today was in a fight, or yesterday in a fight. Everyone looking at her as a bad person, but she spoke a common wisdom just now. So it's something that everyone else can learn from. In the absence of communication from this leadership, there will be assumptions, and those assumptions are being filled more by when someone coming and making statement, or I believe, and then they make the assumption to seem like it was the reality. It's not helping us. We need to stop. We are a community of people, and on the issue of the chat room, for those who been here forever, those who just coming in, let us take away the myth that, oh, this Liberian association is the only association you have to be part of. Also, let's take away the myth that there cannot be another Liberian association in this community. I have told a couple of elders already on that. And I told her, I said, if a group of people feel disenfranchised and decide they're going to open their own library association, the state of Indiana will grant it to them. There is no law in Indiana that bars them from it. So don't think that you are the one in all. Don't think that you hold authority over anybody. It's freedom of association. And when we come together as a group, it's not because someone is better than another person, or someone is begging someone to pay the bills. It's because of the love for us to share a common understanding. But if that common understanding is being pushed under the raw, that, oh no, if it is me, it is right. If it is you, then it is wrong. You will force people to form other groups. People will form a second Liberian association in this community. Then the same people will be to say, Liberian people, they can't get along. Not know you are the major contributing factor. I will stop there.
So much, my dear brother Jivon Smith. So let me get my sister before I can come back to Brother Yan. Go ahead, my sister.
Good afternoon, good evening, City.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Good evening,
on the
rather.
panel.
Mm.
This is the Rose only God Chocopy. I was just calling to make a comment.
Okay.
Not about fight because I was not there.
Okay.
It's not about anything. Just the reason I called because my knee, her knee was measured in
Okay.
it.
And to let the people know those that were in the fight, I don't care whether I lose friends or I lose family or I lose anything. For me, we will not sit back and let anybody harm my niece, especially I'm in a security field. I will not sit back and see anything happen to my niece. I will not identify on Saturday, but the text messages and things that keep coming to my niece. My niece has already filed a police report, and we have already going downtown tomorrow to file a court on that. So they both parties that were involved in the fight on Saturday.
Who's your niece?
To go to Pressure Down.
Oh, Pressure Down. Okay, go ahead.
There's a girl they call Hawa. I don't know Hawa who. He sent a threatening message to my niece. And when I read the message, it was not good. So we called the police and we gave the message to the police. And the police saw the message and the woman took the message out of the phone and she carried it. And I think they got to Hawa today. The police put to her place today. And I don't know how far it went. But the case is already in the hands of the police. So maybe when the case gets to the court, then every party that was involved in the fight might come in the court to justify themselves or to clear themselves out. But my niece filed a police report on Hawa. It's not on whosoever that was involved in the fight. So we're going downtown tomorrow to do our filing to the court. So we can get our court hearing anytime from now. Because the message that the girl sent is very, very bad, and America is not safe anymore. So if somebody trying to threaten you, you have to take precaution of your life, and that's my niece. That's my sister, children, and that's my niece. I lost my brother in Indiana here. I cannot lose a niece again because these are things she said in her message to my niece. So when the police, when the woman saw it, she was said, she was like, oh wow, how can somebody send a message like this? What was she thinking? So I was just calling to clarify that my niece has already filed a police report on Hawa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And for the chat room, I cannot speak because on the government right now, the government that we all put our sweat and blood that brought this government to power. When you try to speak, they say you are enemy of the state. You got something against the government, so you want to say this, you want to say that. So it will be better I keep my quiet and stay in my little corner and let the government run the way it want to run. Again, thank you for picking my call, and I'll keep you updated on the police report.
Thank you so much. So that was the voice of Rose Bayou, former news chairperson. So go ahead, Mr. Jan Volule.
Yeah, go ahead, Volule.
Go ahead, Volule.
You muted.
Volule, go ahead. Okay, you're on the journey. Can you have to hold on? Can bring somebody and bring it back. You can put your camera off and go take care of that. I'll bring you back.
I can go.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I know everybody entitled to their opinion, but when I came up here, I say I came actually to clarify the children, the families are not the one that started the whole fight. When people were making their way in the hallway from the hall, there were a lot of hating going on. Everybody was pushing everybody, running to go see what was happening outside and stuff. So, like what Hawa said, they don't know where the hate came from, and they just jump into fight. So that's what happens. That's what I was trying to clarify. You see, I'm not backing the wrongdoing of the families in leadership. No, we all friends as that. But to say they the one started the fight, that was not true. They were not the one to start the fight. That's why I was trying to clarify. But whatever way you understand it, that's fine. But on the issue of Dr. Famule, let's be fair. Let's say so and say so. Dr. Famule had posted in the chat room few days earlier, right? That 2 people passed away from his family. as a community, we call ourselves a unified community. What will a community do in that case? To rally around that family, to sympathize with them. They were in grief. They are grieving. But yet, every day there was something about the family in the chat room. Every day there was something about the family. It was like they were pushing the buttons of the family to say something, and when something was said now, they take it against them. You know, let's do better as a community. Let be our brother's keeper. That I'm not saying the words of I didn't even see that message that they're talking about from the family there, from Dr. Family there, but for the family to continuously be attacked in the time of bereavement, it was uncalled for this community. And as a community, we should learn to be our brother's keeper and rally around our brother, especially in the time of bereavement.
So, yeah, that's true. Okay, that is true. But did you know that the families was what they were the one putting themselves in the chat room? They were the one communicating in the chat room themselves. So let's go. If he made a statement, okay, what was the chat room police?
I did not see the statement.
What was the chat room police? Oh, you didn't see the statement, so don't talk on it. What was the chat? What was the chat room? What was the chat room police?
On the continuous attack on the family.
So, let me
listen. The families were the one communicating on the chat room for a long thread.
On the continuous attack.
And number two, you remember few weeks ago you came on the show. You accused Ann Robinson of sometimes stealing money, and that's why she was fired under the Penn administration. You remember you said that when they push you to the corner and you came and said,
for the topic. I'm saying
no. That's my point. Listen to my point. Listen to my point. I told you your credibility. I told you your credibility is questionable.
Don't say that.
I told you your credibility is questionable.
We hold ourselves accountable for pushing a button.
Your credibility is questionable because you came here and lied on the woman. When they push you to the corner, you change your statement. Now here you are. You came and made a statement that when the eyewitnesses came and made it, it discredited what you said. Number two, my point is this. The chat room police sat there, saw that message, and did nothing with it.
That behavior need to stop in the time of bereavement. We need to.
They were the one in the chat room. They were the one in the chat room communicating.
That are bereaved for us to sympathize with them. After
we want to sympathize. We were sympathizing. But they were the one in the chat room.
Okay, sir.
They were the one in the chat room.
Let me come in.
What was the chat room police?
Let's stop the dialogue.
Sir, hold on. I'm muting sir and Yan in the meantime. Sir, Yan, I understand your point. You see, let me tell you, the hero in the whole thing here. One person I like, since I came and since you got attracted to me during the campaign period, is this girl called Florence. She don't take things too personally. She let things go. She's the first person to come up openly on the platform and say, we have resolved this thing and we're moving on. Everything is okay. Let's not shift blames. The issue that you're talking about, people coming at the families, why are they coming at the families? Are they just picking at the family because they bereaved or because of something that has been brought to the public? Like even the paper I wrote the other day, I saw you coming at me. Ain't that I just don't want to write anything? It's because the family will draw into the public. Fighting at a party if you bereaved. Why if I'm a news person and I had to write my newspaper, I shouldn't write about it because you bereaved? If you bereave, if you go
and why you couldn't talk about that bereavement in the newspaper, that's important. Even if you couldn't say why the bereavement could not appear in the newspaper. That be biased.
Hold on, Jan. Take your time. Your time will come. Take your time. Yeah, hold on. Take your time. Oh God. Go ahead, Billy. Hey, young man at the studio. Go ahead.
I want Jan to understand something. Jan, do not change the subject under discussion. Nobody came for the families. Nobody came after the families. Ernest Samuel statement he made in the chat room was, the president said he was going to seek advice from the board and get back to us for the inaugural reports. Then I came back, I said, no, the president cannot do that. It's my understanding that the president will come back, or if he even go to the board will come back to the community, because there's a pending motion on the floor and I was second that it must be voted for. Nobody went after the family. 2 days after that, the family came on the chat room and said the president have reached out to him saying that the community the assembly wants them to intervene. Then I responded again. I said, no, the assembly, the board and executive, who has the highest right or who has the highest decision-making right. Someone will like say, oh, the constitution, is that throwing tantrum. But we forget about it. But when Ernest Samuel asked that the family in his response, you guys was contacted almost 3 weeks ago. Why are you commenting now? Then the family rendered him the insult. The way you want all of your claim not to see, but we saw it. I choose not to speak to the insult. Then he came back and typed a second follow-up statement. Ernest Samuel said, I know the first statement that you wrote. I'm not going to respond to it, because that was rude. But I'll respond to the second one. I had Ernest Samuel respond to him. Then, Ignatius George, the chairman of the board, came out and made an open statement that the board will not be compromised, because if the board is compromised in terms of the integrity, you're going to go with the people's bidding and this that. I hopped on his statement right away and told him thank you for your clarity and his intervention. Apparently, the two of them wrote this constitution, but one person is interpreting it well than the other. But that the formula, we will accept your resignation if you cannot apologize. That was my statement. Nobody came attacking that the family. There is no excuse for being bereaved to insult someone. Nobody has the right to insult anybody because they're bereaved. And nobody is compelled to identify you because you're bereaved. My wife's mother died in this town. Nobody identified us. My wife's brother died in the town. The few people identify us that like us identify us, we appreciate it. Did we go out there insulting people? Oh, my wife's brother died. Why are you talking to me harshly? No. That is not an excuse. If he did the wrong thing, let him do the honorable thing to apologize. And that is it. That is all we are asking. So for Jamal Chia to come and jump say, oh, you bullying. What in there was bullying? That the family do the honorable thing and apologize for insulting this man. If you came out and said you were on the phone, the text came wrongly. If you came out and said that text came, and your daughter reached out to the man that you insulted,
Thank you, Jima.
But then you came back and wrote that I'm bullying you. You tell people thank you for mastering their approach. That you did not insult the man. There is no record of your insult after you have deleted it. Why is the integrity? Why is the integrity? Exactly. You sit there talking, poor attacking. Why is the integrity? I don't have nothing personal against that the family. When Kim Innocent, he was the first older man I admire. Ask him. We sat down one-on-one. He asked me for my desire. I explained to him. He said, if every young man will be like you that loves school and love Liberia, Liberia will be a better place. Now, a direct statement to me. He himself one-on-one in his living room. When I started your men meeting in this town, the first meeting was held at the family's house. He must have sat in the living room, me, he, and what name, Alfred Lincoln. And I gave them the reasons why I will not continue with the men association. Because of XYZ.
We don't want to hear all the
I'm telling you that nobody if our family did the right thing, we'll all hail like the right thing. We'll all praise him. If you do the wrong thing, that the family apologize. That's all. That's all. Apologize. So nobody is attacking the family. So
that's the freedom of people's opinion.
We're attacking him. How are we attacking?
So
what was we attacking when you bereaved? The first thing, you serve from the board of the other chairperson statement. the board must stabilize the community. The board cannot drag herself in the mud. What the formula did? He dragged himself in the mud. He's a board secretary. He should be held in high esteem. He should be seen as a reputable man, not to come and post the other and delete it. So y'all don't come here and say, oh, they were attacked. Nobody attacked the old man.
Can I come in now?
Yes.
All right, so
Yes,
you
yes,
spoke already, so I'll give you just 1 minute because your name was mentioned. Then I'll go back to Jevon Smith. Go ahead.
Yes. Peter, I am not talking about whatever that your family posted in the chat room that you're mentioning. I did not read it. I didn't see it.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm talking about is prior to that post, this man have posted in the chat room how 2 people died from his family. 2 people died from his family at the same time. He posted in the chat room. And every day, this man's name was being mentioned in the chat room.
Concerning what? Concerning what? What the name was mentioned about?
Concerning the whole inaugural board, committee that was set up to investigate, where it was passed on to how you call it,
the board,
to the board to investigate. And when the man came out with a statement, that the board were looking to it even make it worse. People continue to attack.
So yeah,
when the community, look, when one person is bereaved in the community, all of us should be bereaved.
No, it's not a case.
All of us should be bereaved.
That's not the case. That's not the case. We all been bereaved.
You don't have to be bereaved. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. Let me just give you a practical example. Just a second.
Continue to push his button.
Just a second. Let me give you a practical example. The reason why I said that's not the case. Mr. Yanti's son died in Liberia. The community collected money for him. With a Pele brother died right here. The community, he knew her. They never visited. So what you putting it to be, this person problem should be the other person problem when the community only care about certain people problems.
Certain people. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I said, a problem don't have to be a problem, but I feel that as community members, that's what we should do as community members.
I want to tell Professor Willa Peter when her brother passed away. Why?
Did I know? Was it announced?
Yes.
Was it announced?
It announced it. Nobody
Bernice announced
it was not announced. Nobody knew about it.
Talked about it constantly.
Nobody knew about it.
I said it here.
Not announced.
Yeah.
So Philip.
I said it here twice.
This is what we come down to.
Even when I sent out condolences to her, and I said, why the administration is not highlighting her brother's death, but they're collecting money for Mr. Yanti's son who passed away in Liberia. I said it over and over. When the community even asked for a community visit to Mr. Yanti's, and I said because she's from the other camp, then somebody said to me, I think Jeremiah, somebody said, no, this has nothing to do with camp. I said, why her brother is not highlighted?
So Philip, this come back to your statement you made when you started the show. The injustice that the administration do or the community do when they come down to certain people, we pick and choose. Yes, Mr. Family made a statement and he said he took it off. Taking it doesn't mean nothing. The statement was made. It's gone. It's there. It's already gone. So my thing is this to the administration, the police, for the chat room. Where were you guys? Where are you to warn Mr. Family? Because when certain people do it, you'll come and warn them. You'll push their buttons and you'll say they'll be taken out. You're threatening people when they make statement, and then so they can sit down. You'll oppress them. And then when certain people in the community that your favorite, you don't say nothing to them. You just let it go. And then that's the end of the story, or you're sweeping on the rug. Yeah, in the past.
Jeremiah asked.
Yeah, I told you in the past, your credibility in this community is questionable. And you are yet here doing it again. Your credibility in the community is very questionable. Yeah, you pick and choose stories or what you want to talk about. You need to be straightforward. Okay?
When you don't respond to that, how much credibility is questionable?
Amen. You came on the show and lied.
Hey, somebody in the administration, Brenny Alpha said she told the administration about.
She told the administration. I know this. That's what I just said earlier. She told the administration. that this happened. Mother-in-law passed away, or brother-in-law passed away. It was not taken into consideration. Okay, in the past, he came on the show publicly stated that I haven't paid enough fire my Annie because of
Of
money
course,
business.
and I still stand by my
So
word.
when it came down to it, you couldn't
I still
explain.
stand by my word.
You couldn't explain when
Yeah,
the
hold
woman
on,
came
yeah,
and
hold on,
posed the
make it
question.
finish.
You couldn't explain the detail. You kept hiding behind certain things. You couldn't come and give exact detail when the woman came in and started making her statement. You hide behind that. You didn't give detail. That it stays there. Okay. Here you are again. Something that happened. You say you were outside. You came inside. They fight started.
So go ahead, you read it just that comment.
I'm trying to understand what it was saying.
No, because that's
Like,
it. He a
if
chairman
if
of Team Phillips. So when you measure a knee, he will kick you out.
I don't care. First of all, you didn't get my name correct. Sa is SAA. That's how I spell my name, Sawanda. Okay.
Anyway,
Chairman of Team Phillips.
walk they say SAA, but you just stand there.
Yeah. Chairman or not, my point is this. Y'all can kick me out. It don't matter. I will live without the chat room. I've been living without it. Then after the chat room's created, all of a sudden we got something to do. It don't bother me. When the administration I'm sticking on this point, when the administration pick and choose who they want to go after or who they want to protect, it is not right. Y'all need to do things across the board. You cannot come and sit down, Dr. Foreman, and make a statement and retract it. Even if you retract it, it don't matter. The statement was made. It should be apology. For me, the apology is okay. It's not a big thing. It's the administration needs to come and warn him. He needs to be warned, just like they warn everybody.
You're right, Flo.
Just like they warn everybody. Just like they warn everybody, they need to warn him too. First, second, or third, however it is. You cannot warn one person and don't warn the other. Again, the injustice, like you stated with from the beginning, it is not right. We need to do it across the board and let it be done fairly. Don't pick and choose who you want to deal with because they're a certain level and you want to deal with them because they're a certain level.
Yeah. Because
hold on, yeah. Now your time. Oh, you want
to
run ahead now? Jiva, go ahead.
The phone calls coming. The phone ringing.
No, I'm not running away. I'm not running away because
Jiva, go ahead.
Jiva, go ahead.
I'll wave my time to my brother Yan because I'm still waiting for him to respond to the foreign minister, Sonny.
Okay, Yan, go ahead.
Foreign minister. Wow, but foreign minister I should respond to. Well, I am saying, and I'm going to repeat myself again. I did not see that the family comment. I did not see what you. I did not see anything like that. I did not read anything like that. So, what I'm speaking of is when he have announced bereavement in his family and continuously being attacked in that time of bereavement. That's why they're where I'm speaking of. If Dr. Famuda, if I've seen that, I now will come over here and ask Dr. Famuda to tell him to apologize. I did not see it. But I am only talking of before that comment that you guys referring to. A continual attack on him when he has announced that his family is bereaved. There where my own thing is coming from. We should not go that route when someone is bereaved. I personally don't believe that it was moral on the part of those that will continue to push his button on that in that time of bereavement. I did not see that as a good thing. That's what I'm talking of.
Okay, yeah.
And y'all know me.
All right, yeah.
I don't bow down to nobody.
Yeah.
That the family that he said know me.
Yeah.
I have told him so many times in your face that this is not right. Whatever he would do that I know that is not right, I always tell him in his face.
Yeah.
And the family he said know that.
Yeah.
But this particular one I'm talking about, it was not fair to this from young people in this community to continue to attack this man in the time of bereavement.
All right.
I stand by it and I mean what I say.
If the man did not insult Ernest Samuel, why did his daughter Fatima call Ernest Samuel to apologize?
Hey, I didn't say he did not insult. That's not what I'm saying. Don't twist my words.
Let's be logical here. Let us be
I
logical.
didn't say he did not
Let
insult.
us be logical.
I
Let
said
us
I
be
did not see
logical.
it. I didn't read it.
So if you didn't see it, you didn't read it, then all you say that I already know what actually happened. But if the family did that, then it is wrong. He must apologize. Don't jump and say, oh, people are attacking him. He has no right to insult anyone. That's what we say.
I'm opening my statement on this topic that
No,
I didn't see it, I didn't read it. So the only thing I'm speaking of is the continuous attack when he has announced.
What was the attack? How was he attacked?
Attack when he has announced. When he has announced bereavement.
How
Not
was
one
he
bereavement,
attacked?
but two people died from your family. This
How
man
was
was
he
grieving.
attacked?
This
How
man
was he
was
attacked?
grieving.
How was he attacked?
The whole family grieving. Why
How
should we
was
be
he
on their
attacked?
back 24/7 in the chat room?
Yeah, how was he attacked? How was he attacked? How was that the family attacked? Yeah, say to the community. You say only you say he was attacked. So unmute yourself. Unmute yourself and tell us how that the family was attacked.
His name was continuously being mentioned in the chat room.
So was that attacked?
For what?
How was he attacked? Say it to us, please. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. We get you all the time. Unmute yourself.
Savannah, go ahead. Yeah, you know, y'all on top, yeah, camera. So
let you unmute himself.
I have said it all.
Uh-huh.
It was not fair, especially from young people in the community, to attack the man in the time of bereavement.
How was he attacked?
So young people should be you saying young people should be attacked
he
by
made
elders.
mention of the bereavement in the family. Go from that time. Read from that
now
time
you're saying
all the
young
way.
people should be attacked by elders and it's okay.
You're talking about he made a statement.
Yeah, nobody attacked.
Yeah, nobody attacked the man. Nobody attacked him.
Nobody attacked him. Stop lying.
Thank you, Bishop Winnie. Thank you, Bishop Winnie.
Stop lying, yeah. Stick to the truth.
Nobody attacked him. Exactly. Your credibility is questionable again.
All right, guys.
So credibility is not questionable.
Let's go to something else because I think the major topic we had here was the fight, and we have exhausted the fight. And I understand the issue with that the family that Jan speaking of. Nobody's speaking of that family in a negative way, that we're just speaking at him because he's bereaved. We all sympathize with him. But when that family occupied a role in administration, we are speaking of the role he occupied. Like the other day when I was talking to my little sister, Fatima family, when you hear me saying, I talk to Fatima, I say, listen, I don't talk to you personally. I talk about the role that you occupy. So the role that you occupy, you ain't got special time to speak about it. What are you bereaved of that? You serve a role. You have to speak about it. Yeah, even you, God forbid, you can lose your parent or whatever. In the role you occupy, if you're not functioning in that role, I will speak about it. It doesn't matter because you're bereaved, so I should post it bottom of my mouth. No. So the line is 4-5-9-5-6-7-2. If you want to participate,
even my job would not even do that. My job would not even do that.
You say your job, yeah.
Yeah. Why should community volunteer job in the community? We just here for us to keep ourselves together. Why should we go that hard on people?
The person not talking to you. The person talking about the role that you occupy. That's the role that's speaking about. But you personally.
What's the difference between the role I occupy?
We question the role.
I occupy and me.
Yeah.
Okay, so
there was no attack.
If I don't occupy that role,
no attack.
Who gonna occupy it? Who that role?
Yeah, just a classic example. The whole fight that went on at that place, Florence were involved, other people were involved. How many people in the paper? Only Fatih and Jima. Why? Because Fatih and Jima playing a critical role in the community.
Critical role.
So we have to highlight them because of their role. We are not highlighting them because if they were private citizens just living in the community, we got to put it in a discussion here. Anybody can go and get angry and fight.
My thing is, you continue to make mention that the family behavior in the newsletter.
No,
but one thing I didn't see in the newsletter, I didn't see in the newsletter is to call people out to say, oh, you have sympathy with the family's family because they are bereaved. That
But
one
yeah,
thing I didn't see in the newsletter.
yeah,
And
How do
that
you know
one
people
thing
not
I didn't see on
sympathizing?
this show.
How do you
I
know
have
people
not
not
heard that
sympathizing
on
with the
this
man?
show. Or you
Yeah,
people
How do you
even
know
made
people not
mention of that.
sympathizing
That
with
let's
him?
sympathize with the family.
okay, let's just leave
Yeah,
that
it
there.
don't have to. It don't have to be
do so.
Yeah,
sympathizing. Doesn't have to be public.
okay, so
Sympathizing doesn't have to be public.
okay, somebody calling. I'm going to answer the question shortly. Hold on, caller, just a second. Yeah, the last time I checked, right, I went to a meeting on January 29th. And at that meeting, the president, His Excellency President Julius Parker, he called up all his committee members to present from their various committees as to what they would do in a given period. And I heard a Pacific committee saying that they would disseminate information to the community. And however, the various ways they would disseminate the information, the committee said they will have a website, they will have a Twitter account, they will have a Facebook account, they will also have a newsletter that will go out to the community simultaneously. Have we seen the newsletter? The newsletter should be disseminating your information to the community, not me.
So you pick and choose what information, but you're talking about the family now. And say you're talking about the family, then you should talk the whole thing about the family.
I cannot highlight everything. That the family says somebody was bullying him. I put his entire story. Who is bullying that the family? I never add to his story. I use his own word. I highlighted it for people to see what he was speaking of. Listen, let me tell you. That the family that my papi. If you don't know today. But anyway, it is what it is. Let's just leave that for another day. So go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say thanks for hosting me on this show. Thanks for letting me come and speak my piece or my little thing that I want to say. Hopefully, like everybody come and say we move. We move thing. That's what always happens. It depends who you are. It depends who you are. We move. It depends who you're not. We don't move. We stick to the subject, or you get how you call it, punished or reprimanded or whatever. I don't care. For me, y'all can reprimand, y'all cannot reprimand. It don't make me no difference. I will still live who I am, what I am in Indiana, in the Liberian community. But again, if we're gonna move on, we have to move on in the right way. Certain things cannot be swept under the rug and be forgotten about, and then certain things is brought up to attention because of certain people. Okay, common example. We just brought it up. One person was recognized for bereavement, the other person wasn't recognized for bereavement, even though it was known in the community. Some people can say they didn't know it. It was known in the community. We recognize some, we don't recognize some. Okay, we have to be careful. We're not running a government here. We are running a community association. This is not a government.
Martin,
But
sir, exactly. We are running a
let me
community.
finish.
We should be
Let
a
me
community,
finish.
not a
Let me
government.
finish.
Yeah,
Let me finish. The thing is,
hold on.
don't let me finish. It's a community, but some of you, including you, Nyan,
So before
y'all
you
want to
end,
make it.
I have the princess on here. They here for looking hours, princess. Go ahead, princess.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Tutu McCarthy, and I have been following the show. I've been following the whole situation that's going on. And one thing I want to say is that I really applaud my cousin Florence for coming out and being the first to speak on this, this entire situation. And me knowing Florence and the type of person she is, Florence is not a confrontational person. So when I first heard this entire situation that happened and everyone's saying that it started with her, it really baffled me because I know my younger cousins and I know how they are for each other. So again, a family, when I see a family in an altercation, regardless of your situation, regardless of your status, even if I was there with them being my younger ones, trust me, definitely I was going to fight because that is family. Does it make it right? No, it does not make the situation right, but we can all understand once it comes to family.
Your sister say you should leave for America and kind of labor small your Syria. You say flow, cash flow saying it.
when she was saying hers, I didn't tell her to come back.
Also, cash flow was speaking Syria, Jana too.
When she was speaking hers, I didn't tell her to come back.
I already noticed you. Go ahead.
So, again, these are all young women. You understand? And people make mistakes. People, you make mistakes and you learn from mistakes, and that's what makes you a person. We cannot fall on this situation because it has already happened. Does everyone regret it? Yes, everyone regret it. But we cannot continue to live. And what is going to make us a community? Yes, we have voiced out everything that has happened, but what's going to make us even stronger is for us to move past all of this. Is for us, those that are older, to hold the three of them and bring them closer and educate them. Because at the end of the day, they're still young women and they still have a lot to learn.
But
everyone
just a point. Even those that older said, when it comes to somebody provoking you, it happens. Like just for a typical example, what's his name? Zidane. Zidane Zidane had a world best title, and he bought Materazzi out of anger. It happens. But since they already realized it happened, let's move on.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. You have to be able to educate. In order to be able to learn, you have to be willing to learn. You understand? You have to be willing to know your fault and to understand your fault and be able to say, okay, I understand my wrongdoing. I want to be better than that. So Fatima, Florence, and Jima, all of them have understood and know that wrongdoing. Trust me, it's not going to happen again. But we as a community, we have to learn to now hold on to everything. You understand? Because holding on to everything, it brings grudges.
That's true.
It brings personal feelings. It brings personal emotions. And once people's emotions are involved, like Florence came and said, is miscommunication. That's where the problem comes from. Because why we are here
and not just Flo, the both parties that were involved in the fight. They said it was miscommunication. So that's so beautiful.
People are not able to express themselves because you want to silence. You cannot silence the situation. And for Jan to come out, and I am so glad that Flo was able to stop Jan from escalating the situation, because I felt like Jan coming up and was saying what he was saying was escalating the situation. You understand? I applaud Flo for coming and just letting them be known, and Mimi or Hawa for coming out too and explaining the situation. You understand? Is miscommunication. Everyone is at fault. It's not okay. We didn't offend anybody. Everybody was offended. Everyone is at fault. It's not who is right or who is wrong or who got hit accidentally. But the maturity, once situation happened, the maturity is to, okay, let me walk away. But now emotions is involved. Oh, you hit me, I have to hit you back. Because if I don't hit you back, then that means other people are looking at me and going to tell me, oh, why did you sit there and let somebody hit you and you didn't do nothing about it?
Yeah.
So then it becomes a pride thing. It's not anymore of it. It's a pride. So now you want to prove a point. So now you're proving a point. It just escalates the situation even worse. But again, I am so happy that everyone can come to a common understanding, to diffuse the situation, because that's what our community needs.
So,
we need to
I want to ask you a question before you leave. So what happened with the VAR girls and series? Because Jeremiah Chie saying it here again.
What is he saying?
He said VAR girls series not for fun. And Joseph said they saying it here. Joseph said they say your series more than the Americans.
But I don't know what you want me to say. First of all, okay. I came into this country when I was 9 years old.
Ernest, I can call you back.
I was 9 years old, and the number one thing that I I didn't grow up around, I didn't grow up around Africans. I didn't grow up around, Black. I grew up around white people. The neighborhood that we know, if you ask TT, TT me since I was little. Okay. I grew up around white people. I went to an all-white school. You understand? So, and same with Jima and Fatima, all of them. You guys, so our upbringing is completely different. So me, I grew up in Fort Wayne. I moved here because I wanted to be closer to my people, because I felt like, okay, it's something that I was lacking.
Okay.
It's something that I was missing. So my Siri, the the broken English, it only came when I moved into the Liberian community in 2012. When I moved here to Indianapolis, that's when I really started speaking, practicing my Liberian English and stuff. So that's a lot of people can say, oh, I'm a lost generation. I'm not a lost generation. Okay, yes, I was a lost generation, but I'm trying to find myself in my people. But
Okay.
my people, again, they lack understanding. They put you in a category, they categorize you, and they don't want to understand you because, again, it's a clique. You understand? You cannot be in a clique. You don't know me. You never got the chance to know me, but you judge me based on other people's experience with me. And other people don't know me, but again, because of what they've heard,
Yeah.
the son, you pass a judgment. So when you pass a judgment on me, that's when I tell you you lack understanding. You lack independence. You're not an independent person. Because an independent person will not allow another person to control that judgment.
Yeah.
And that's what our community is all about. You, because of friendship, because you want to build a certain image, you stay away from a group of people because you don't want them to see you in a different, form. But you don't know what the other person can bring to you. You don't know the value that other person can bring into your life. You don't know when you may need this person again. You understand? Our community is small. It's so small, and for us to be so divided, it hurts. And me thinking I'm moving here to be around my people, it hurt me even more. And that is some of the reason why now I have decided to stay away, because I feel like my people can't do nothing for me. If I need help, I cannot go to my people because why? My people are not there for me. My people judge me and they crucify me. And it shouldn't be like that. And it's like that every single day in the chat room. You can't do that.
Thank you so much, Tutu.
I don't know the situation with my uncle, what my uncle have said. You understand? But we have to move. We have to move forward. We have to we have said, everybody have said what they want to say. Everybody made their points on what they want to say. And everyone knows my uncle. And I know my uncle. You understand? And if my uncle have said anything that is offensive or anyone felt that it was offensive, you all know that the family is not like that. And he is someone that will come out and he's not big to apologize.
It's true.
You understand? He has never been big to apologize. I'm his niece. Even if I wrong him, he is the first person to come to me and apologize. You understand? To me, he is my father figure. My parents are not here. He is a father figure for me here in Indianapolis. So I can say it. If he wrong anyone, you understand? It's not something to continue to hold. Let us move forward. Let us come together. Okay, he wrong. I'm sorry. You understand? It's something, a situation. A person was offended.
Tutu is the princess for this show, yeah, my brother. So she got time to speak. Sorry, go ahead. Somebody asking if you guest on the show. She's the Logan's our princess.
Jeremiah, you said. Let me put it in my broken English. You said I get problem. Leave me.
Conclude quickly, Tutu.
So again, I just want to apologize to everyone. To my younger cousins, my sisters, I truly love you guys. I adore you guys. You guys have accomplished so much in life, and don't let one situation.
Who won cash flow? Come on with that. Come on with that. You can pick your day. Wednesday, all girls show.
Don't let this situation hold you down or hold your head down. You rise above it. You understand? The Vi girls is an image. You understand? So with that being said, mistakes was made on everyone, on every single one. No one in this community is perfect. None of us are perfect, but we just have to be better to be able to understand each other. And understanding each other It's not so much of critiquing, what is it? Crucial critique or whatever. You understand? We have to be able to understand each other and love each other for who we are. That's the only way we're going to evolve. Okay? So with that being said, I love everyone. I'm going to go get ready for work. I have to work early in the morning. So bless everyone. Y'all have a great night.
Thank you. That's the Logan Hours Princess. So let's take the other caller quick. Then we just go on now and let's take this last caller. So this person is going to be the last caller. The person is on hold. So when we take this person, then we would just go around the table and take our parting because it's 9:52. So let's get this caller. Go ahead, caller.
Good evening, Mr. Logan.
Good evening.
Good evening to the studio panelists. My name is Ernest Samuels, aka Waiting I Know Say.
I know.
Okay, I just wanted to address one or two things. I didn't want to talk on this whole thing, but my brother Jan is like, I don't know where he came from with some of the statement that he's making. Instead of talking about people went after Dr. Family. Just before nobody went after Dr. Family, it was just a simple question that was asked. I asked. It wasn't even directed at Dr. Family. It was directed at the president and the board. I asked a simple question about the president comment that he made after the last meeting, but turning the report over to the board, and the board was going to investigate the inaugural committee report and get back to us. But it took so long, and we weren't getting any reply on whether the report was turned over to the board or whether the board received it, and they didn't bother getting back to us or letting us know that they received it.
Mm-hmm.
They get no redress on that. That was a simple question. I didn't direct that question to anybody, only the board and the president. It was simple. Later on, you, Mr. Logan, came on your show, you re-echo it. 3 or 4 days after that, that the family came back up and said what he said about the board receiving the report, and they were going to get back to us as the investigation went on. I didn't bother saying anything about that. After some time, I'm like, so wait, the president, and he attached dates to his report, to his statement that he made.
Mm-hmm.
He said the report was turned over to them on the 15th. And he came back to tell us that they received the report, I think it was the 24th, the 23rd, or the 24th. So I'm like, so why did it take 7-8 days to get back to us to tell us that you receive the paperwork, whereas as soon as you got the paperwork, you should have just tell the community, hey, we received the paperwork from the president, and we have started working on it. In subsequent time, we will get back to the community and tell them the unfoldings. Simple as that. Nobody went after that family because of what he wrote about him being bereaved. I had to go all the way back. I don't usually do that. I went all the way back up to see when he posted a bereavement. And when I saw it, I'm like, wow. But as time went by, I saw the number of people that reached out to him, stating that bereavement to him. It was that simple. Everything went on smoothly. But when he came back, he wrote his first statement. The statement stayed on the board, like using some adjective on me. Later on, he came back and broke it down how he was bereaved. And the family said he lost 2 nieces and his mom.
Mm-hmm.
Not 2 persons. It's possible you didn't go back. You didn't even know how many persons he lost. 3 persons in 1 month. So if you go back, my statement was, I won't reply to your first text message because that's not you. It stayed there. I said, that's not you. So I will not reply to that text message. But we reply to the second one, listing the circumstances that you're going through and all the other rest. And I apologize. I said, because at the end of the 8th, he said, he looked up there and saw that I didn't extend no condolences to he and his family. So when you go back to my text, I said, when I come from work, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., I don't usually go back to read 77, 78, 85 messages. I don't go back up until it's brought back. That's why you see, when I make comments on the chat room, I don't make comment based on what people say. It's something that I saw in the community and I decided to ask questions about it, or I need answers about it. That's how I made my statement when it comes to us, when I come from work. Because I don't go back to read 75, 80 statements from people, communication going back and forth between people within the community. I don't do that. I say I apologize to him first. It's there. If you go back, the text message stay there. I apologize to him first for not reaching out to him. And I also told him I wasn't going to reply to his first text message because that's not him. That's not how he talk. So I went further and I said, besides everything that happened to you, if something happened to you back home and you decide to go back home, don't you have a second in command that will come back and tell the community on what's unfolding, what's coming on, what's happening to the bull, and reports that the bull have received? So we have to wait for you to come back from Liberia before you can write a statement. That's not fair to the community. It stay there. It stay there. So I don't know where you're coming from. Before this back and forth with me and he, I don't call it back and forth. Before this interaction with me and he and I don't see nowhere in that chat room anybody talking about that family besides his bereavement. I don't see nowhere anybody attacking that family besides his bereavement. I don't know where you came from with your war attacking. Nobody have ever spoken negatively about that family in that chat room. Go back, it's there. Take your time. So you can't just jump out from the closet and come out one soon morning and start making regular statement, or to start making regular statement saying that people are attacking that family and all the unnecessary things you're saying in there. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. He and I, we spoke and we know what we said. It was said between us and we know what we said. We settled it. It's done. There is no way you can come back here and start making unnecessary statements saying that people are attacking that family. It seems like you're not following the chat room, the activities in the chat room. You passing judgment based on one or two things you see in the chat room. So I will urge you, before you come back on studio or to make comment on issues, it's best that you go back, know more about those issues before you can come back and say people are attacking. If you go back up all the way at the top, that the family talk about his bereavement, people reach out to him. Nobody say anything about that family until this interaction between he and I. Until the interaction between he and I. And it was simple. If you go back, I don't know why Jeremiah Chi went about removing Mr. Pele. Pele was speaking his mind, and it was simple. I don't see anything there as bullying. He was just saying the puppy need to apologize. That was simple. I don't see anything in there as bullying. I don't know where the Mayor came back with his statement, or where he got that statement from saying that the family was being bullied. I don't see anything
You
wrong with
don't need to apologize to the papi. Period.
saying somebody should apologize continuously. I don't see it as bullying. I don't see it as bullying. So Jeremiah Chia, my brother, you were wrong on that part. I think it was necessary or important that you reach out to Mr. Pele and talk to him on the number of times he's been posting. The papi needs to apologize. I have done that a lot too. I've reached out to Ms. Kasser and Mr. Thomas Wula. I've told them to apologize in the community numerous times for the time the election was held. After election, I started talking to them until my SG called me and said, my picking, you got to leave this thing here. The people won't apologize. Leave it. He and I talk behind closed door. We talking and I let it go. I don't see that as bullying.
So my your corner come in and see your call.
You know that.
So my brother, that was a regular statement. I think it's best that you.
Can I respond?
People are attacking you. Speaking
Hold on,
directly
hold
to me. You're speaking directly to me. When you say people are attacking, I think you're speaking directly to me.
I did not call your name, Ernest.
You started to do our normal thing. You got to call me and say something to me. You got to apologize because at the end of the day, if you go back to my text, there's nowhere in there that I ever disrespected the senior man. And I will never disrespect him. I will never disrespect him. I will never disrespect him because I respect him. There is nowhere I would disrespect him. So for you to come and see you and say people are attacking him, you're speaking directly to me. I see that as an insult, as a disrespect. You and I
For me to not call your name and coming on here.
You have told me.
You should
have told me, hey, my brother, what you did this. I don't think that's the right way. And we, at the end of the day, we move on. We are gentlemen. It's best you say something to me personally. They're coming on air and telling people, people are attacking that of family. There is nowhere, anywhere in that chat room. Somebody disrespected the papi when before our interaction. There is nowhere. Because you said people are continuously attacking him. Go back in the chat room, it's there. So, Mr. Logan, I'll say thank you for allowing me to partake in this program. And I will say thanks to my studio guests for always being part of the conversation. And at the end of the day, we all want a betterment of this community. The community has to move forward. Like I always say, we weren't here, but we are here now. The community will never move on a slow pace. It got to pick up and move fast. And we'll move together. We ain't leaving nobody behind. Nobody will be left behind. We'll move together as one unit, one family. The president shouldn't see people saying things. People say things and say they are criticizing the government, they are criticizing the leadership. Yeah, criticism is necessary, it's important. But we are doing it constructively. If you notice, we're not disrespecting, we're not insulting nobody. So, again, Mr. Logan, I will say thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. G. Raji. So we want to go around the table and take our parting. But before we take our parting, we're going to say, those of you who just joining us, remember you are on the Logan's Hour. And just before I forget, some of you who missed the show on Friday, go back and watch the Friday edition of the Logan's Hour. That was the 24th of March. Don't miss it. It's very educative. This coming Friday again is another education series. The Liberian community need to benefit from this. What causes obesity? What causes cancer? What you need to know about your body. So if you don't know the show I'm talking about, it's called TGIF.
Doesn't matter what you're going through or what you have been through. Thank God it's fabulous. I'm Welda Paley. And I'm Fasia Hilton. Welcome.
Thank God it's fabulous.
Male nurses.
Vision, comfort, values, and beliefs.
Thank God it's fabulous.
What is cancer? What is your perception of cancer?
Well, today our guest will be sharing her story on living with cancer.
Thank God it's fabulous.
Friendship. What is a true friend? He's my friend. She's my friend. Can a male and a female be true friends?
What are the benefits of friendship? Are there true friends with benefits or not? How do you know somebody is a friend? What are the criteria? What are the requirements to have a friend?
Thank God it's fabulous. Well, today we are going to be talking about career choices.
Do you make career choices based on your habits, or things you love, or what's trending, or what would be your livelihood?
Is it going to be vocational, or is it going to be higher education? What's your choice?
Comes to you every Friday at 6 o'clock p.m. So TGIF is Friday. Don't miss it. That's where you have all the educational series. This one we can be doing here is politics, is this one, is this one. But the people topics, they feel Saturday, go back to Friday topic. Go back to the 24th and hear about cancer, those things that causes cancer. Everything you need to know about your body. Thank God it's fabulous is here. And I heard Cash Flow saying the girls need to have their own show. So Cash Flow, we still have Wednesday open, we have Monday open, we have Saturday for open table, we have Sunday open. You see like your day, I will have your show. You can name your show. When that time comes, we give you the studio. You can do your show as it is. Let engage the time. Let make our people to have show from Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They have different things going on. Looking hour is Tuesday, Thursday. Thank God it's fabulous. It's Friday. My brother Emmanuel Jacob said he would love for us to have another show called What's Your Story? I know he will be the host on that program where he call people to come and talk their story. That would be a good one. He will select his day. So if a female want to have a show, you can select your day. Wednesday is open, as I stated. Monday is open. Saturday is open. Sunday is open. Let's make our people to look up to something every evening. If that just have to be Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. So thank you so much. And thanks to all of those who follow us here today. We want to say we really do appreciate you people. You know, every good thing must come to an end. We've been here for like 3 hours and plus now. And we'll just go around the table and take our parting. So let's go to our brother Jan. Jan, just give us 2 minutes in your parting, please. We've been here forever.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Your image is
yeah.
muted,
My picture kind of froze on the screen. I don't know why. But again, Brother Ernest, you are spoken well. I did not mention your name. There are a lot. The Logan show is here. Every day people come on the Logan show. They talk about board secretary. They talk about board secretary. And the chat room is there. You go there. People talk about board secretary, board secretary. Who is the board secretary? Now Dr. Famune. Look, I am not here speaking for Dr. Famune. I'm here speaking against the ill in our community. Look, I personally have gone after Dr. Famune so many times when he have done wrong. And I personally just announced on the same show I'm on today, on the same Logan Hour, that the next thing I personally will start going after is the 501c3. Who got the 501c3? And not Dr. Famune. And I meant what I said. When that time reaches, trust me, I'm going to be vocal about it. The 501c3, I'm going to be vocal about it. But in the time of bereavement, look, let's put the truth to where it belongs. And I am not buying down to that. And I stand by what I said. I am not apologetic to anybody of what I'm saying. I stand by it. If it hurt you, that's fine. That's how you understand it, then that's fine. But I'm speaking of the ills in our community. That it was unlawful for this man to be going through that kind of pain, bereavement in his family. Then people continue to mention his name on things that we know we can resolve on another time when things in his family ease down. He's not running away. He's not going anywhere. He's right here. We can bash at him anytime, anyhow. But that time, that gave that time to him. Then he grieved a family member that have passed away. That's what I'm talking about. And that's what I am not apologetic about. And I'm going to talk about it anytime that happens again to anybody. I will talk about it. So, my brother Ernest, that if you take it personal, I did not personally mention your name. You are not the only person that can go after Dr. Famune. There are a lot of people even pay it on the show. Pay it every day on Dr. Famune name. Yeah. So why you coming up personal and you taking offense of it? I'm not apologetic about that. So I just want to say thanks, Mr. Logan. Thanks for allowing me. This is a show that whether you for, you against, you can come here and voice your opinion. That's how
Yeah.
I feel about the situation that going on in our community, and that's how I put it out there too. Just how other people can come out here and come and voice out their dissatisfaction. That's how I'm here too, voicing out my dissatisfaction. So should I take offense on what Peter is saying that the family should apologize? No. So why I'm coming out here and see it different and say it differently, there's people coming at me like I said something wrong. I didn't say nothing wrong and I stand by it. I'm not apologetic of what I say here today, and I stand by it.
Thank you, Jan. Though you're giving your parting, but I wanted to ask you this question, but that's a parting. I see Fatima commented, she said the death news from our family wasn't announced by the administration. Was that true?
It was not announced by the administration, but
Why?
it was announced by the party.
No, I just asking why.
I don't
the
know.
administration never highlight it. When 3 people died from his family as a secretary to the board, why the administration choose to ignore that?
I do not know.
Anyway,
That
thank
question-
you so
That
thank you so
question
much.
should be for Jeremiah Chie and Mr. Secretary General there. That didn't want Mr. Boyan and didn't want to answer that question, not me.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Jan Voluda. So when are we going to hear from the Liberian representative to EULA? When are you guys appearing?
I got to get. I'm not getting to my my counterpart, my
your colleague,
my colleagues, yeah, to see
Okay.
how best we can set up a date to come on.
Okay,
But
that's fair.
again, for me, I'm waiting anytime to come on and discuss anything about my functions as a board member to ULA.
Okay.
And I know we're working.
All right. Thank you so much. That's the tough talking Jan Volule. It was a pleasure having you here tonight, my dear brother. We look forward to having you again. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
All right. So that was the tough talking Jan Volule. Those of you who don't know, he's the current representative to EULA. And we have Mr. Jeevan Smith following us here. So, Mr. Smith, you want to give your parting?
Yes.
Go ahead. Oh, so you've been listening patiently. Every
Yeah.
year, listen for you.
It's what happened when they beat discipline to you.
I know. Yeah, that means I already know you on here. I tell you, just put your camera up and do something different.
No,
Wow.
been following all along. Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
So I know it feels like at times we are beating on certain people.
Mm-hmm.
It's because we are trying to break precedents that we know will create chaos and bring noise in the community. When we are, I don't, maybe some people do, but from my perspective, most time when someone is called out, they are being called out either for the role they occupy
Mm-hmm.
or where in the Constitution requires or call for some action to be taken, and that action is not being taken by the leadership. So we're not picking on Parker, we're not picking on Boya or something like that. Most of these things are the back and forth that just happened. It's
Mm-hmm.
happening right, it's going on right now because the leadership has decided to remain silent. And in the silence, assumptions will arise.
Yeah.
The issue of they should be brainstorming now. Okay, from this little discussion right now, how we going to handle issue with bereavement? What can we learn from this? Where did we fall short? Well, how we as a leader, as leaders in leadership, can improve it so that tomorrow we don't have this. One person of bereavement is highlighted, and another person bereavement is not.
You're right.
What will be some of the requirement like, hey, anyone in the community, if you are bereaved and you want it to be announced in the community, please extend the information to this person. Let it be known. Or should I just say to anyone that I'm close to who is not in leadership, and if the person say that I expect the leadership to know, no. I lost a senior person in my family on the day of the inauguration.
Yeah.
Right in Texas. I had to leave to go to Texas right away. I didn't announce it. It was my choice. It was my, on call. So, but there are few people in the community that knew I was bereaved. Is that something that so But if there was nothing there, should I hold the administration and be, oh no, I was reviewing this and I know. The administration, the leadership is lacking behind. It's not just a title you hold. That when you go somewhere, oh, Mr. President, oh, Mr. Vice President, oh, Mr. No. Step up, play the role you are in. The issue of a chat room or biases are people talking about. The leadership is supposed to come up and say something. The issue about people serving in leadership role, getting involved in an incident, we're not discussing the incident to justify or to put blame on them. What does the Constitution says when so and so thing happens?
Mhm.
That's what we're trying to address as a community. We want to know if it's something that will affect us as a community. Even the people that are involved, the statement of a politician even said we are willing to accept the consequences. It's very clear. They're not saying say judge us or not. They're not saying the consequences of the personal action at that time as in person, but the consequences based on the role they are playing and how the constitution will fall in line to it. If we as a community go into our general assembly and come and say, you know what, we understand now we got the in-depth of this situation after the investigation have been presented to us, and we think we're going to give them another chance. Good, we move on. So the we move we're talking about is not let's just kick it under the rug and we
Hey,
move.
Mariachi, I'll come and call you back. Go ahead.
It's not let's just kick it under the rug and we move. That's not what we are asking for. Also, we're not asking say, oh yeah, let's go crucify them and we move. No. But let's set precedent so that tomorrow, if it happened to someone else, we can be like, oh, good. When this happened to person one, this is how the administration handled it. It's happened to person two. The precedents will be set going forth, and everybody know what is coming. But I guarantee you, tomorrow if it happened to someone else, and now before the administration decide to step up and give some verbiages out there, then again we'll have other people that are more in sympathy with that with person two will come on now and start saying, oh, when it happened to person one, the leadership was silent. Now it happened to person two, now they're ready to talk. They are creating chaos and division in the community. And that is not your role as leaders. And for I don't know how true it is. I don't like to lay on Romans, but the Roman that's why I'm not sure how true it is. I hope it is not true. But the Roman that Parker would tell people in his ministry not to not comment to the community, then it's like when will he decide to comment? Mr. Parker emphasized two things to us when he appeared on your show. He was emphasizing that people would take legal action if someone accused someone wrongfully. He emphasized that. So it's like something he's in favor of. And he's wanting to take people out of the chat room for not paying dues. So Mr. Parker do take actions. Apparently he only take actions when it's in favor of him.
Mhm.
But when it's in favor of the general good, of the common good, then he go mute. He needs to stop that. And this whole thing about when someone calling Parker and then someone come and be like, oh, call President, Mr. Parker, I just hope it's just a joke. Maybe that's to, push each other button on the nerve and throw them off subject. You're in a voluntary position or volunteer role. If you don't know, ask. No one, some people learn on the job and they do a very good job learning it. No one expects you to be 100% on in leadership principle. No one is. But to have this mentality that oh, you're all supreme, that would not fly in this community.
Yeah.
So for everyone out there, thank you. The issue about those who are involved in the fight is of courage. They came out. I mean, from the statement, they're sincerely apologetic. It can happen to anybody. I can guarantee you, Philip, with the connection we have, if you were out there and someone attacked you,
Yeah.
well, if I'm there, something's gonna go down too.
Oh
Does
yeah.
this make it right? Like Tutu said, no, it doesn't make it right.
Not at all.
But am I going to say that, oh, because it happened to me and I did it, so it is right? No.
Not at all.
The totality of the circumstances have to be considered. Equally so, the consequences of our action will still be considered. I tell my children that if you do the wrong thing, you did it for the right reason. If you put your hand in the fire, will the fire say, oh, you got to put your hand in the fire because your favorite toy was going to get burned, so it will not burn you. I guarantee you,
It will burn
your
you.
your intention was good. You will still get burned.
Yeah.
And I will leave it right there.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jevon Smith. Let's go to Mr. Savannah Spilly. Mr. Spilly, let's hear from you.
My thing is this, right?
I got Jeremiah Chia calling. You want him to make a point for it before you can end?
Let me end because I want to leave the show and drive home. I got
All right.
assignment tomorrow morning.
That's good. Go
So
ahead.
my thing here is this, right? Jeremiah Chia action was premeditated. This is something that they have been planning, you know what I'm saying, for over the period of time. So he coming to say, oh, there's bullying, I want you to remove you. It's unwarranted. So, but I don't even see that as anything though, because the community has expanded. There are so many ways they get to the masses, not by just chat room. Yes. So, but I want Young to understand something very much critical to his own existence. If he continue to come out, try to lie to justify something, you lose credibility. People won't trust you tomorrow. So you need to change that. Everything you said here today was completely out of line. The man who was insulted, the man came on the show via phone. He explained everything. That very man has been called by Dr. Family kids, including his daughter just say, oh, we are sorry. They all apologize. They're going to know the old man did wrong. Nobody attacked Dr. Family. And nobody will attack Dr. Family for nothing. So all my statement towards him for him to apologize was simply because he's the board secretary. And like his chairman said, they should rise above the emotions of the community, not to count the need, not to drag himself in the mud. That's why I want him to apologize. Because how will you, Philip, feel? How will Young feel if my father Abraham Collins insult you in the chat room? Go and delete the chat as if nobody else see it. Then come back to the community and say, oh, I didn't insult you, there's no record anywhere. But you already removed the record. That's integrity issue. That's why we are saying. Nobody's against that family. Parker leadership need to do better. They need to learn. They need to stop acting out their emotions. Richard Boyas will be the most critical person he and Robert carry. But if Richard Boyas is not functioning well, it will undermine the existence of Robert Carey. Parker should just be the PR in every given sense. Parker should be taking information to be updated by them. But if you Richard calling Robert to remove me from the chat room unprecedentedly before your surrogate that you added as administrator came and removed me, you know that it was premeditated. How dare you say I bullied the man, but you couldn't read from start to end about what was being said, how it was being said. So you jump over the board chairman statement that he made, trying to warn that the family indirectly that what he was doing was bringing the board integrity under question, that they're going to follow the people's will. You ignore all that because he deleted. Look at it. Look at the timing. Right after he removed it from the chat room, that the family had the guts to write, say, the people who muster the support for him, that I was bullying him. Now he read with the word bully. I still say I was bullying him. So you see, it was all planned. The family is not in the interest of the community. He's in the interest of the leadership. That means compromise. I keep saying it every day for his own action. You be a board member, you should stay neutral and bring stabilization. But if you keep leaning on the government side, how can we trust you? And that is completely awkward. It's awful. That needs to stop. That needs to stop. If they continue doing that for the next 3 years, they'll have dismal results. Because they'll keep being reactionary. They will never be proactive. And you cannot provide leadership where you on the fence, in defense, trying to protect, and not trying to lead by example. All these things need to stop. Y'all went to your workshop. They informed you. I was into your workshop. You supposed to start mishandling our money before you even bring the budget to us for us to pass it. All those things are still in the air. We need to address all these things. Why is it that there's one inaugural committee is so privileged that they can't be questioned? They should go untouched. That's why bringing all the confusion until Parker can come in agreement with the people's bidding, the people's will. You'll be hijacking your leadership for no reason. Because I can tell you today on this show, President Parker, if that thing is not resolved, we won't pass no budget on the floor. There will be no budget pass for whatsoever committee. I can say to you now, because everybody is bitter with the happiness of your inaugural committee. Y'all stop dragging other people into your ineptness. Y'all need to work. Y'all need to work. Y'all need to establish system and control and establish all this that everybody can be functional. Y'all stop trying to override other people by bringing surrogates to do your work. There's not a government job. There's a community thing. You need everybody equal participation for us to grow and go further. Y'all stop hijacking the process based on your ignominy. Y'all trying to ask all the right questions. Y'all stop. Fede, I see you. Good night.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sylvanus Pele. So those of you just following us, we want to say thank you so much for joining the show. I think Mr. Jeremiah Chia been calling. I don't know if you want to make his point right now, but I'm going to place a call back to Mr. Chia to. He said he want to clear the air on something. So let's see if we can get Mr. Chia at this moment if he's not sleeping or maybe he's not doing something different. So I'm going to place a call to Mr. Chia right now. For those of you who following us, we want to say thank you for following us. Thank you for being on here. Let's hear from Mr. Chia before we can leave. Mr. Chia. Mr. Jeremiah Chia. Jeremiah Chia. All right. I think Jeremiah Chia probably he's busy or doing something different. But I want to say to all of you who, okay, I think he's calling back. Mr. Chia, are you there? Mr. Chia? Well, I can hear you. Okay. I can hear you, but I'm going to try to call you back on WhatsApp so at least I can hear what you're trying to say, but I'm not hearing you right now. Let me call you on WhatsApp and see if it works. Jeremiah, are you there? Whoa. Jeremiah, I can hear you. I can hear you all the calls. On WhatsApp, I can hear you. On regular call, I can hear you. I don't know what's happening. I can't hear you. Okay, let me try again. Jeremiah, you there? I can't hear you, Jeremiah. I can't hear anything. Okay, now I hear you now. You just came on. Okay, go ahead.
What I thought to say is this, Philip.
Mhm.
Nobody
You are muted again, Jeremiah. Check it. Okay, go ahead.
around with you here now and talking things like they are being the one to smear your very name around. I see comments from everyone down there. We love everybody. We are in the same community. But I see, listen, even people who serve under this administration now, who served during the election time as food washer. Look, Rose Bayou, I'll call you up specifically. Nobody told you to resign, so stop being bitter. First and foremost, you and I were in that room that day on the election day. It's serving as food washer. Fintech because of about the same Philip man.
Now you can make your look good to him, now telling him, no, we will have all other things, we'll say different things about issues, but we are not that on issues. So those what talking things that you don't know, because there's nothing nobody wants to do to Philip, and so many people here come from way back, way back. So we're not in our crisis mood to say this or that. We know things up to the table, amen. Excitement that we always found when no, it's come on. That's charge of doing that. So if you don't see it basically, when I heard about the bereavement, I said, oh, the dad is bereaved. I didn't know that. I had to reach out to him personally. You understand me? Because it was not there. My issue, I proactive in putting information out there. But there's something called people can things people away. The first thing go along with is come out. So defensive of issues every time before you know the facts. But the same people that were somewhere within the place that you now share. Fake because people always call people fake, but people should stop being fake, especially those closer to you. Now she's telling you to be careful. But you remember the only person that nearly died on election night, you know who it was, and you know why she was celebrating. You knew the anxiety, so you should tread carefully too. That's what I thought to bring to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much. So, well, we've been here for a little while now. I think the network is getting a little bad. I don't know what's happening. I disconnected my webcam. That's why you see the camera look that way. So I want to say thanks to everybody. Thanks for following. We appreciate everybody. We appreciate all of those who call on the show. I see my sister Rose calling, but I don't know if the network will permit her to make her point. Rose, are you there?
Yeah, it's me, it's me, it's me. You know, when I hear my name, it can really amuse me and it can really make me feel okay to see people coming after me, people who I don't even think about coming after me.
Okay.
So my chief, you can't sit in this community at the back and sit. because he don't want to be in problem with me. He don't want to start problem with me. Because if he and he start problem, my sister that I call my mother, my sister will not even talk to me for me to listen to it. There will be nobody in the community will talk to me for me to listen. Then he go ask my sister, when you got children in life, you think different, you speak different, and you talk different. I love my kids in this community. Everything that I do in this community, I think for my children. Before I say something to somebody, I think for my children. Before I can even wake up in the morning to get outside, I think for my children. Because of my kids, I avoid a whole lot in this community. Because kids make you to grow up. But if my kid feel that he doesn't want to grow up and he wants to pick me in this community, I am ready for him. I don't want to start problem with him. He's not on my list. I am not thinking about him. I don't dream about him. I don't even talk about him. I came on your show to address what occurred between my sister, my niece, on Saturday. I never called Jeremiah Chie name. I said what I wanted to say, and I got off the phone. I said, if people try, I said, I wrote, if I come out to talk about this government right now, they will say I got something personal against the government. That's why I am saying, but I will not say anything. I will sit in my corner and watch the government to go the way it's supposed to go. I never say anybody took me from position. I stepped down. I know my reason why I stepped down. He said, he doesn't know his reason. The thing he wanted, that's what he got, and that's what he's doing. You don't want to start problem with me because I will not draw back. I'm not the kind of girl that draw back. That's why I don't go in nobody's way in this community. I've been living in the community for over 20 years. Me and nobody have gone back and forth. I've never been in nobody's way. I stay in my corner. I do my own thing.
Thank you so much,
Because I don't
Rose.
want for you need to let Jeremiah Chie know. The tone he's stepping on. He's stepping on a very bad tone. It's not every stick in the bush you rub your butt on. Some of the stick you rubbing it on tongue can be there. I'm one of the tongue on that stick. So if he's rubbing it behind, he must know how he's rubbing it good because he's rubbing it on a root stick that will cause bleed in his behind. He shouldn't bring it to me. My knee should be the last knee out of his mouth. Let him serve his government the way he wants to serve his government. It's none of my business. It's not my brother Papi he's taking from in the chat room. There's no family member of mine he's taking out of the chat room. If he said I said something about you, Valor, I'll put him to the bed. Let him come out and say the exact word that I said to him. For me, I don't bite and blow. I'm not afraid of nobody. If I say something behind your back, I can be brave to say it in your face. If you will take me to court, we will go there, that's some money, we'll spend it, and I will respect you for that. But nobody in the community that are afraid that I'll go behind your back to speak up. So if Jeremiah here don't know who to talk about, and he wants someone looking out to clarify things concerning something that he doesn't even know about me, he shouldn't dig that hole because me, I will help him to dig it and all, both of us will fall into that hole. So that's why I was calling to clarify. They have he called to clarify, but they have myself, I was calling to clarify. I am the wrong stone in the forest that Jeremiah want to clean his behind on. Thank you and have a good night.
Oh my word. Oh my word. Thank you so much, Rose Bayou. Thanks to Jeremiah Chie and thanks to everybody who participated on this show tonight. It's not something small to sit on your butt for 4 hours, 25 minutes. We've been here and want to say to all of you who make it through today, thank you. And specifically, I want to use this time to say a very big thank you to Fatima family, Florence, and Jima family. Today, you guys really melted my heart. Trust me. By you guys coming up here and openly apologizing. Jima family say, I truly apologize for the error in my judgment. Saturday night, I'm not perfect. So what happened on Saturday night? Jima family says she truly apologized. She's sorry about that, Liberian people of Indiana. And what happened? She wasn't in her right judgment. She know herself. But you know that I stated this, right? When it comes to family affairs, like even me that here talking all the time, if I go and see my brother into a fight and probably group jump on him, before I even think about calling the police, probably I want to join to the fight first to having a secure position before I can call the police. So those things happen. Those things happen. So we are not perfect. We know we have beat them enough because they play a critical role in the community. That's an example for those who playing critical roles too, and those who will come in the future that will be playing critical role. We all expect them to do better. Like my sister Cash Flow say, uh, you know better, you do better. So she said here, I was wrong. We take full responsibility of our actions. That is so commendable. And now she said, we want peace. Let's peace reign, people. Let's forget about who they what. And those of you who stay having a video and in your phone or whatever, let us not use this kind of video to bully people or to think we're going to make people vex about it. When anytime they see us, then we start playing video. Let's delete those videos down. Let's move on because all of the parties have come up. Cashflow, Jima, Mimi, and I saw Nancy Yenti as well. She was on the chat here. She said she and what a girl name, they have solved their problem and they're moving on. So we want to say to all of you here, we want to say thanks for joining the program. And Cashflow, Jima, and Fatima, you know how I feel about you people. My hearts are out to you people. I don't hold anything against anybody. For me, I don't carry burden up to the next day. What happened today stays today, and tomorrow is a new day for me. That's how I am processed. So sometimes when I write paper, when your name appear into it or your picture appear into it, I'm not speaking to you because I hate you. I speak because of the conduct of or something that you did that need to be highlighted. So those in the Liberian community, uh, this is not a wrong thing to do. I know some people feel it's wrong, but let's embrace it. All in other community, they have newspaper, they have talk shows, and now our community privileged to have such. Let's celebrate it. Let's use it to our best and let's embrace everybody. Let's leave the hate. Let's move on. The Judah 26 is coming. Let's wait for the inaugural committee to come and address the inaugural budget. We'll move and celebrate our Judah 26. So until then, I want to say don't forget, Friday is another program coming out. It's called TGIF. We look forward to seeing every one of you here. And don't forget, Thursday is another fire. Thursday is another fire. So I want to say thanks to everybody. Thanks for joining us tonight. Make sure you like it though, and make sure to eat something. Don't be like me and came from work, haven't eaten. My children even play with me. They're going to bed at night after 10 o'clock, and sat on my butt for 4 hours only because I want to serve my community. So community service, not one person is doing it. You don't have to be elected for you to serve your community. So casually, I look forward to you guys having your own female show here too, called The Girls. Good night, and see you guys again. Bye bye.